It's good to see everyone tonight. Are we ready for a long meeting? I think we have a lot on the agenda. Yeah. Anyway, thank you for being here, and for those that are joining live stream, thank you for joining. And as we get started, we're going to open in prayer. And Henry Medell, are you here? Hi. Come on forward, and thank you for opening us in prayer. And we'll let you, after you pray, open us with the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you for coming. You can face this way, and I understand that you're with the first ward, right, of the Church of Latter-day Saints, correct?
Yes.
Thank you for being here.
You're welcome. Our Father in heaven, we are grateful for the opportunity we have to meet tonight. Father, we are grateful for our families, and we ask you to bless them wherever they may be. Father, we are grateful for this great land and for the freedoms that we enjoy. We're grateful for those that have gone on and secured this freedom, and also for those that defend and protect it today. So God bless them and their families. We're grateful for our civic leaders and the time that they take on our behalf. We ask you to bless them, both national and local, with wisdom to make decisions and courage to follow through. Most of all, we're grateful for thy Son. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Okay, let's start with roll call.
Rodriguez?
Here.
Bruner?
Here.
Levi?
Present.
Haverfield?
Here.
Bauer?
Here.
I don't know of any proposed amendments to the agenda. Council, does anyone have any others or know of any? Okay. With that, then I would stand for a motion to approve the consent agenda as proposed.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
So proclamations. We don't have any proclamations this evening. So the next item on the agenda is Nampa residents wishing to speak on an agenda item. Do we have anyone signed up? Oh, well, no one signed up. Is there anyone here that had intended to sign up? Seeing none, we will just move straight into mayor and council comments. And council, are there any comments? I have a couple, but
I have one.
Councilman Haverfield,
Okay.
what do you have?
As you know, Napa Development Corporation met today, and pretty exciting news. We're able to share that after meeting with Bond Council and the consideration of 5 different lending institutions, we've identified one that we'd like to work with to refinance the 2 bonds that have been let out, to be able to shorten the time frame for the repayment of the bonds for the library parking structure in the public services building. With this effort, we hope to save the citizens of Nampa about $5 million by reducing, taking advantage of today's market and the lower interest rates, and to reduce the time frame for the repayment by 3 to 5 years, depending on what the economy does over the next few years. But very positive news, something we've been working hard at for the last few years. So,
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to you and Darrell and the entire NDC for their stewardship and the work that they do. So that's pretty exciting news.
Yeah.
Thank you. So a couple just quick updates. Tonight is the first night for Rick Hogaboam as Chief of Staff. So welcome, Rick, in your new role. So we definitely have an empty seat here. And just as a reminder, so we do have a position open. We just finished the process of with 27 applicants. It ended up being a final list of 20. We had a review team of 15 people consisting of 2 council members and some staff members and citizens that reviewed the questions that we proposed to the applicants. We've received all of those. We do have our top candidates that will move forward, and we're going to continue with that process. So anyway, I'm very pleased with the process thus far, so it's kind of exciting. So State of the City is going to be March 12th, and this year we're going to host it at the Nampa Civic Center. And so I'm pleased to be at the Civic Center. We've enjoyed the last 2 years at Columbia High School. We will still have the students of the culinary program providing the reception, which is great. So that's at 4:30, reception beginning at 5:30. Just one other quickie, just in case anybody noticed, we did a brief poll of citizens regarding the Christmas tree lighting. And did we want to keep it on Thanksgiving weekend? And so I had this idea that maybe we move it up a week so that we could truly have the lights on. And we have some exciting ideas for lights and to really push participation downtown on Shop Small Saturday. So we put out just a quick poll to see what people thought of that idea. And actually, only 5% supported moving it to the weekend before Thanksgiving. They said Thanksgiving needs to be Thanksgiving. So that was really good to know. 51% of the people said keep it on Saturday night, just keep it the same as it is. So I thought that was interesting. And then 42% said we could move it to the first Saturday in December. So I don't know if the poll is closed yet. It's not. So we'll just watch it a little bit longer and then talk about it. But you know what? We have a downtown that I'm really excited to see where we are next Christmas with our tree lighting. So the thought, we're already planning today. So it's always interesting. And Amy, thank you for your work. We try to hear from our citizens because this is your community. And so I appreciate those that are participating, which is great. I don't think I have any more updates unless I'm forgetting something. Council members, does anyone else have any updates? Okay. So we will move on to agency and commission reports. And we have an agency report this evening from the Auditorium District. And Kenny Roten is going to be coming forward to give us an update on the work that they're doing. Kenny, thank you and your team for your work. Chris, thank you for your work. Looks like you have a job there.
He's helping out. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Appreciate it. First off, I would like to introduce the members that are at least in attendance of the Nampa Tourism Development Council. If you guys could stand up, maybe. Yeah, stand up.
Wow, thank you guys.
We've got a few shakers and movers. You can see that.
We need to just applaud you guys. Thank you.
And again, it is a volunteer group. The NTDC is an unincorporated nonprofit association, so everybody's doing it on our own time. This was a kind of an extension of the venue commission, but the NTDC is working separately and promoting the Nampa Auditorium District. Some of you are familiar with the little city to our east that has one, the Greater Boise Auditorium District. That was created back in June of 1959, so it's been a while. But now they generate about $9 million in revenue a year, constructed the Boise Center, so that's something that an auditorium district can do. We're not creating the wheel here. There's Idaho statute, Title 67, Chapter 49. So we have we have a blueprint as far as legalese to follow. So that's not something that we're creating as far as that goes. Some of you were here back in 2010. May remember it had been tried and it was on the ballot. Didn't pass, but we're ready to try again. I think now in 2020, a lot of the citizens understand a auditorium district, the little hotel tax fee that you pay when you travel. You go to Vegas, go most any place has that little fee on your bill when you leave the hotel, and most have seen it if you've traveled. That being said, as Boise has done, and as some of the other places all over the country have done with an auditorium district, they've decided that growth should pay for growth, and most people agree with that. this is getting someone else to pay for your growth. Even better. So that, I mean, it really comes down to that. The details are that it would add up to, by Idaho statute, up to 5% of a hotel room. So $200 room, $10. And that's each room, though, every night. And those are the hotel rooms in short-term stay. So by and large, our citizens are not paying this tax. This one is something that, again, if they're traveling, tourism, events out at the Horse Park, Idaho Center, Civic Center, wherever the case may be, the people staying in the hotels are who would be paying this. By statute, this could never be on your property tax. This would not be a tax bill that you would ever see unless you stay in a hotel here that is in the district. We've only got a few minutes. I handed out the petition packets. It has the map in it, so there is a defined district. We need essentially 10% of the registered voters within that district to get on the ballot. We are in the initiative portion of this. We are gathering signatures now. The group, the council, volunteers are going in service clubs and things like that, gathering these signatures because they have to be living in the district as well as a registered voter. We've also engaged Veritas, a company over in Boise that is a lobbyist, and they will be helping with this effort. So you've got that information up there, and everybody else saw it as they came in, could see the district. But one of the things that not only are we looking at 5% per room, it's like, well, that doesn't sound like a lot, and that's not enough that somebody's going to drive down the road to Boise to go pay their auditorium district or somewhere else. But given the amount of hotels, the amount of stays, the bed count, we anticipate that this would generate about $1 million annually that would be forecastable and repeatable in a consistent funding source. I don't know that right now, the venues have an ask on it's a line item for the city. I don't know that this would actually reduce our taxes, but it's my hope that we would be able to replace that ask so that the upkeep and the expansion is something that we can self-fund through the auditorium district. I've got my friends in blue and blue back here. I would hope that perhaps that line item would still be on there, but maybe that $1 million could be used towards police, fire, something like that, and we can take care of our venues. And we can have somebody else pay for it, which is even better. We do have some renderings of some things that we've conceived, something along the lines of a new entryway out at the Fort Idaho Center, where it might perhaps house a Snake River Stampede museum as well as meeting areas. Right now, some of the groups, some Simplot, some of the larger companies, we don't have enough hotels and meeting space to accommodate the hotel and the meeting space, and they have to turn some of these down. So this would be something that we would hope ultimately we would be able to expand, build, much like our neighbors to the east have done. Ultimately, it would lead to a Nampa Visitors Bureau, whereas we'd have one central place that not only are we spending money to improve our venue facilities, but also monies towards advertising and just that there's state funds and there's funding that we're missing because we don't have this. But if we had the bureau, the Visitors Bureau, they can be contacted. They can talk to the hotels. They can help with some of these larger groups and really drive and accommodate some of these groups in. And of course, there's always a economic multiplier when anybody stays in the hotel. Most people just don't just stay in their room, go to the meeting, and that's it. They'll come out, they go to the restaurants, they go to the events, and they rodeo time and the horse park, they go buy trucks. There's things like that. So there's a multiplier as well, not only just the fee, but the economic impact that an auditorium district could have. Tonight, we are just wanting to inform the council, answer any questions. I have legal counsel and hotelers here. We've got a number of hotelers that are on the boards this year and on the council, so we have that support. I think it has a real chance. But I would stand for questions, and I have I got backup as well.
Okay, Mayor, I do. So thanks, Kenny.
Of course.
Let's be optimistic that we're going to get this auditorium district in place. But can you explain, especially for those maybe listening, how the district commissioners would be selected?
And the district commissioners would be elected from the district, and they would be on the ballot just as the initiative for the district would be. Now, they'll have to apply and
Yeah.
and run for those positions, and that's something that we understand can help and can hurt. What we're doing, and we look for qualified candidates that, again, they would be the board handling the funds then once they're collected.
And so this is a 50+1?
50 plus 1.
And then when you're saying they're going to be on the ballot, so
They would be
the
on.
potential commissioners would be on the ballot simultaneous to the auditorium district vote?
Correct.
Okay. And then how many commissioners?
5.
Mayor Kling. Kenny, thank you for all your work and all the board. I tell you, I'm impressed so far. It's going really good and positive for us. And you folks are the ambassadors for us that's getting it done. One thing I would like for you to do is keep in mind that when goes before the electors, the people who vote, please make it so legible and easy to understand of what they're voting for. A lot of times those ordinances are just crazy and it's hard to understand. But that's the only thing I say. We need to make this thing go.
Yeah, I hope that we have a hand in that ballot language. So far, that language is yet to be seen, but I agree with that because I mean, I live here too, and I know people see tax and it scares them like, wow, we don't need another tax. Unless you're living at the hotel, unless you're staying at the hotel, or some of my friends, if they got kicked out and they're staying at the hotel, they're not paying the fee. But and that's, even though it seems intuitive, it's not, and it's a struggle. It is a fight to get this from the initiative to the ballot. But again, we've got examples nearby as to what the auditorium district can do for the community and the venues that we have. I, for one, would like to see us have the ability to maintain those and improve those and create other facilities down the road, because this would be something that is going to be evergreen. Once we establish it and do it right, it will just continue. So there'll be this down the road, and like to think of what we can do with it. We've seen some renderings of just possibilities.
Good. Thank you, sir.
Mayor,
Yes.
thank you, ma'am. The $1 million, is that based on asking for the 5%?
And in my opinion, and of course, we'll see what the board decides to do, but it's always easier to come down than it is to go up. And in my opinion, the 5% is not a big ask.
Follow up, please. One question I've been asked lately is we'll have the commissioners that would allocate that if this passes, that they would allocate the funds. Will they make the decision solely based on what they are seeing as the need, or will they have the city have any input on that?
Through the, I don't know if I'm going to, maybe have Matt answer that.
Mayor and Council, Matt Johnson with White Peterson, Legal Counsel for the Nampa Tourism Development Council. The commission has the authority to make the decisions. The petition calls for projection of the capital improvement projects being considered by the district. So that's the renderings you're seeing, the initial identified projects. But the commission would have that role. I would say one important difference for the proposed Nampa Auditorium District is the Auditorium District statutes usually contemplate building a brand new facility. And I think everybody recognizes that in this situation, the NTDC in proposing this isn't looking to create an entity that's going to be in competition or a new facility with city facilities. Instead, the idea very much is to look for the opportunity for the Auditorium District to be working in cooperation with the city, to be looking to the improvements and the expansions of existing city facilities, so that burden's being taken off of taxpayers within the city and instead on visitors. So, obviously I can't speak for a board that hasn't been elected yet, but at least the mission is put forth in the petition is for that cooperative sure there would be a lot of dialogue with the city.
Perfect. Thank you, Matt.
Councilman Haverfield?
Kenny, just a couple quick questions.
Sure.
Obviously, the commissioners will be, they need to live within the boundaries defined in this district. Now, you say hotels, does that include motels as well as hotels?
Short term, yeah, and the limitation is 30 days, less than 30 days. Anything that the long term stays that are 30 days and over are exempt, but even the Airbnbs would be considered in this. And as I understand that the Airbnb agreements are that are around the country are pretty simple. They just essentially turn it on when they're in an auditorium district. It's turned on, so even that would
Okay.
apply.
Would that include RV parks too?
We're looking at that as to how that's going to,
So th-
because I've got horse park out there that has RVs that would be right in the middle of that, and we want to certainly be equitable as far as that goes. But that one so far, frankly, I'm not able to answer. I'm not even sure Matt can answer that one just yet. But that is certainly something that we are investigating.
Well, that's the language that I'd be looking for from you to be able to tell us who all this, I mean, it's a shotgun thing that you're shooting at. It's identifying certain entities, which are by extension also included, I think is important for me to know. So
It's,
if-
if I could say that it is governed by state statute. I haven't studied it most recently, but to my knowledge, previously, RV parks were not part of that. So unless the state statute has changed in the last 4 or 5 years, when I was paying attention to it, or maybe 3 or 4 years, my understanding was it didn't used to be, but it is governed by a state statute. It is not something, Matt, correct me if I'm wrong here, I don't believe it's something that our committee can say we want it to cover X, because it is outlined as a state
Right.
statute.
so there's a definition there that,
Yes.
okay.
So, Mayor, Council, it's Idaho Code 674917B, and it specifies hotel and motel rooms. Now, the tax commission has made that applicable to short-term rentals as constituting that, but I believe that is correct. It does not apply to us.
So does that definition then does include Airbnb?
That is correct. Airbnb is short-term rentals, generally referred to as short-term.
But that's so it's a fixed structure that we're talking about, not one that you would bring in by yourself, which would be an RV.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
But good
Are there any
question.
other questions?
Thanks. Keep you on your toes.
That's right.
Kenny, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. To the team that is sitting here, thank you so much for your work. I know this is a heavy lift, and it was, for the last group that went after it, I had hoped that we would do this like 6 years ago or 7 years ago. And I am extremely thankful for the effort that's being put forth, and I think it's in the best interest of our community. So thank you, and greatly appreciate the work.
Appreciate it, and I do have some of the facts. You have these as well,
Mhm.
and there's some on the back table, back by the IT, and I do have a signature sheet there. Folks do need to live in the district and be registered voters to sign that, but if I can leave that back there.
If you could leave a sheet there that
It's
if
there.
anyone is in the district and wants to sign up, they could.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, staff communications. Our first staff report is Tom Points, Public Works.
Evening, Mayor, Council. I have a brief staff report. There's two items for you. First one is our snow report. We've had 2 events, and you have the dates and all the quantities on what we've had for materials and labor. This didn't make it in your packet, but we'll do it in the next time. I'll just give you a summary of kind of financials. So last year, for the entire winter, if you add up all of the labor hours and brine and salt, we spent about $75,000 in winter maintenance. And to date, since we've had a pretty light winter, we're at about a little over 30. So with roughly another month to go. So we'll keep you posted on how we're doing, and expect some savings in operations if we continue this trend that we're having so far. And then the other one is on our Project Group F. So this is our progressive design build project. Just as a reminder, we shortlisted down to 3 teams to provide a request for a proposal. And then Thursday this week, the review committee will be meeting, and we'll be going over the criteria on that proposal. And I just wanted to give you the timeline on what we're looking at for making a decision on our Group F project. So we'd like to get proposals back sometime in February, interviews in March, notice award in April, with a notice to proceed in early summer in June. So can I answer any questions about staff report? Okay, thank you.
Tom, thank you. Okay, our next staff report is Doug Racine, Finance Director. Okay. Okay. Chief Huff, where did he, there you go. Doug asked if you could go first. He forgot his zip drive. So he's going to grab his zip drive and we'll let you go first. Thank you.
So this should probably be a staff report by Lieutenant Jamie Burns, but just to give you a little backstory on what he's going to talk about, I think it was about 8 or 12 months ago, the council, we brought forth, or some of the questions on the police tow policy was brought forth. At that time, we had agreed that we had a couple of different tow companies that were interested in becoming part of their tow rotation. We had talked about giving it 8 or 10 months for those new companies to give us a trial, and then they would be eligible to put in if they met the qualifications for the new tow company for the police department. So I believe I think it was back in October of 2019 that we actually started that process. There was a little bit of a hang-up because Lieutenant Joe Ramirez was running that. He retired. Then Lieutenant Jamie Burns took that over. So through the transition, I'll have Jamie actually come up here and kind of talk about the process that we went through. And then I assume this would be a proper place to talk about who we feel that we'd like to award that bid to. So Jamie, if you want to come up and just kind of give them the process that we went through, how many tow companies, and then answer any questions.
So what we did was we developed a towing committee, is what we call it. And that consists of about 7 employees, officers, and they're usually officers that directly are involved with towing, so usually our traffic division folks. So we created that committee. Part of their job responsibility is annually we'll go out and do inspections of tow yards, making sure they're abiding by the rules. And then we currently have approximately 13 companies on our rotation, and that's on a day-to-day basis. Now we're talking about a preference towing company. And so as the chief had said, in October, we sent out applications to all 13 companies for them to respond, and we ended up getting 4 replies from different agencies wanting to be on our preference towing rotation. So they would be responsible, as we've discussed before, for our abandoned vehicles, our own MPD vehicles if they were to break down, and any vehicles towed for evidence. So as part of that is our towing committee got together. We reviewed the 4 applicants that put their name in the hat, and from there we made a recommendation to the chief and made a decision from there. Do you have any questions, I guess, about, I guess you probably want to know who we considered or who we
Feel
chose?
free to go ahead and
Okay.
conclude and share that list
So-
and where we're going from here, if you would. Is that good?
Yes.
I would love to, yeah, here. Thank
Okay,
you.
so in conclusion, we as a committee had recommended Crossroads Towing. That is a company that's been on our regular rotation for over 5 years. We've had great service with them, and that's one of the things we looked at, cost and service, and that was the recommendation provided to the chief. And that's who we're going with for the next 365 days.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Thank you for the time you spent with me. I appreciate that. Will the 3 other companies that were not chosen be contacted to let them know
Yes.
who has been selected?
Yes.
And then again, so the council knows, the other 3 are still on a rotation. They're just in the general pool, but not in the preference pool. So nobody's being denied the ability to still provide service to the city. It's just the preference towing that we're talking about with this decision.
That's correct.
Councilwoman Levi?
Thank you, Mayor. Lieutenant Burns, clarification on one thing. So the preferred company, Crossroad Towing, is for abandoned vehicles for the department and for vehicles being towed for evidence solely?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then at a scene of an accident, for instance, my mom was just in an accident, and the officer gave her the choice of who she wanted to come and tow. Is that correct?
That is one of the choices, yes. Some
So they
folks
can
have,
still have a choice if
they
they
can
want.
have a choice, yes. A preference at that point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other
Mayor
questions?
Blaine?
Yes.
Jamie, is there some kind of a monitoring or accountability service on these besides preference Crossroad Towing of the other towing companies that are within the guidelines that you set forth?
Yes, one of the things we also established when we established our committee is made it easy with an email system. So if any officers or dispatchers have issues with a towing company that responds to a crash, they respond to that email, and we get that as a committee, and then we document that and keep that. So and it's good or bad. We'll get both, but
Okay.
we use that for our documentation purposes.
And just for the community's purpose, when the officers respond to these accidents or medical calls in the middle of the road, they're not suggesting who to call. They're just saying who's ever next on the rotation list, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make that point. Okay.
So Mayor, just a quick question. What is it a set fee, or is it by mile, or how is Crossroads? What's the contract as far as from a fee standpoint?
So and they have one for each. So for abandoned vehicles, there's a flat rate for basic towing, it's $100. And that's billed to the owner, the registered owner of the vehicle.
Okay.
They charge $0 for our department vehicles. Gotta look at one more. And it's $150 if we tow a vehicle for evidence.
For witness?
And in 2018, we towed about 8 for evidence. So it was pretty minimal. Abandoned vehicles, we had about 140 last year.
And that is pretty easily collected, or do we have a collection agency that Crossroads or whoever uses?
That I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
Are there any further questions? Jamie, thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate your work, and thank you for the report.
Thank
It's
you.
very helpful. Appreciate it. Chief, thank you. And our next staff report is Doug Racine. Finance Director. Doug, thank you for bringing this report in.
Mayor, City Councilors.
Appreciate it.
Now it appears I owe Chief Huff a favor. I'm sure he'll find me during budget season. What I have tonight is a brief presentation. I'd like to focus on the second half of the presentation, which is about property taxes. What I'd like to try and help the council and the citizens understand is the impact of property taxes driven by the city budgets. In other words, how much do our budgets impact the property taxes being assessed to the homeowners? So on the screen right now are two graphs, and they show, the top graph shows property taxes collected and assessed from 2013 up through 2020. You can see a fairly linear progression. I'm sorry the numbers aren't quite easily read, but the first number is in 2013 is about $34 million, and the last number here is $43.8 million. So we've got a fairly linear progression up here. The first years are increasing just after the recession, 1.5% to 2%, and then it kind of picks up a little bit of pace to 3 to 4% in here. But one thing I'd like you to notice that down below in this next graph down here, these are the values in blue that are the property taxes being driven by new construction. So in the years following the recession, a little low, and it picked up a little bit here, and it starts getting a little steam, and then last year and this year, fairly significant values, $1.4 million each. And that accounts for 50 to 70% of our total tax increase. So the taxes that are going up are coming mostly from new property taxes, not on increased assessments. Looking at a slightly different tax for shared revenues, in blue are the state shared revenues for sales taxes and state liquor taxes. And in red are the taxes for the highway road fund. They start out here in 2011 about a little less than $4 million and $3 million, and you can see the progression up through here as the economy picks up to almost $7 million in the last 2 years for both the sales tax and the highway road tax. So a very good progression reflecting a strong economy. This year I didn't build that progression in the budget. We built it kind of flat. These things might soften, so we wanted to be a little conservative there. But on this, we'll go very brief. This is franchise fees and other revenues. The blue is the sanitation fee for the garbage collection. That goes right back into the street department. So that's just a funnel right back from our department right to streets. And then other fees for electric is in red, the gas is in green. And all of these, they're not really going anywhere. Electricity has, with the LED bulb, that use has gone down, so that franchise fee is stabilized and decreasing a little bit. Not a lot of movement there. Now, what I really wanted to talk about with the next couple of slides were about the property tax narrative, what it's doing to us. So in 2020, we built a budget that only picked up 2% of the 3% that was allowed. The 1% that was not allowed, $394,000, was disclaimed, meaning that can never be used, it's gone. But when we look in the second paragraph here, the general government increase last year was $1.75 million. That's our increase in spending. That was due to primarily to fire and police staff increases. 1% of our levy, or 1% of the 2% that we added here, went to streets. Now, it's interesting to note that that's not a lot of money, $394,000. We had $1.5 million from new construction. So most of our tax monies are really coming from new construction, not from increased assessments. And one of the most critical points is in 2018 and 19, property values in Napa increased 16% across the board, but the property taxes increased only by 4%. It's important to note that's an average number. The 16% increase, not every home may have received 16%. Some may have actually gone down. Some may have gone up more. And those are the differences that are driven by comps. If you have a number of home sales in your area, those comps help determine the value of your home. And the county assessors use those to determine valuation. So across the city of Napa, we will have hot spots where the property valuations go up more and the related taxes go up more. And some areas where there's not as much movement and the taxes are a little more stagnant, they don't move as much. But across the board, valuations up 16% and total property taxes for the city up 4%. So valuation up 4 times faster than the ownership. This kind of restates it. So the city, we increased 2%, 1% less than allowed. There's a 16 and the 4. But there's 2 other points that I want to make that impact the city's tax base. All of these values, the value increase here, the value increase in the urban renewal district, and the value increase in agricultural taxes, all make up the total valuation for the area of Napa. And in 2019, that was about $6.2 billion of total valuation. That total valuation in a complex calculation is what's used to determine the taxes and the levy rate that gets allocated down to the individuals. But it's important to know the levy rate does not drive taxes. The levy rate is the derivation of the taxes applied to your valuation. So levy rate does not drive taxes. Taxes drive the levy rate. So we have a couple of things here just to really understand that on the HUD and the urban renewal district and the agricultural, they have valuation increases in their property valuations that are not fully taxed at that level. But that gets squeezed into the total $6.2 billion increase for the city, or the total $6.2 billion valuation. And that has a way of shifting some of the tax burden so that the homeowners, the residential, tends to creep up more and some of these others don't creep up quite as quickly. It's a complex process, but that's the net impact, is some of those valuations do impact homeowner valuations and property taxes. But I wanted to show you the decreases in levies over the year. Now, if you look at your assessment for the year, you're going to have an assessment for the city, assessment for the county, assessment for the ambulance district, depending on where you live, school districts, and mosquito abatement. But in each one of these last year, significant decreases in the levy rate from 7.8 to 7.0, down 0.008, Canyon County down 0.004, and all of these all went down last year as our valuations of our home exceeded the tax increases. And as the valuations continue, oh, the one thing I wanted to add here is that I don't have a slide for it, but we did discuss it last council, that we increased property taxes by the city by 2%. We did a calculation last year that estimated the 1% impact to the city. A 1% impact to the average homeowner represented $9.93 of additional taxes during the year. So a 2% increase last year drove the average homeowner's increase up $18, almost $19, right around there, $20. So the city is not an aggressive driver of increases. They're trying to control the taxes. And the assessment process we go through and the conservative budget approach helps keep this down. If we were to limit our taxes increase to zero, the average homeowner would see a 0% increase from the city. Other areas might go up, but the city's portion would stay flat. With that, I'll open it up to questions or.
Mayor, just I've always been curious, do we have any negotiation power or lobbying, whatever you want to call it, with the county assessors, municipalities?
Not necessarily. They have their processes that they run and they follow them. There is a process where you can go by and an individual can.
I know
go by.
individual homeowner can, but as
Not
far
as a
as,
city. Now, we do review very closely with them the entire budget process and the new construction, the annexation. So we're working partnership with them, but we don't have control over their process.
I understand we don't have control, but do they at least come to us and say, and gather our opinions at all? Is there any mutual type?
There's a good
discussion?
relationship, but it isn't to the point where I can direct them in any way, shape, or form of how they would apply taxes to valuations.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
However, with what Councilman Bruner just said, what the real building factor here is for the raising of those taxes, assessed value of homes, is not City of Nampa. It's the amount of new construction, new development.
Exactly.
That's what's doing it. Plus, everyone coming in and paying cash for their new homes, $400,000 homes, et cetera, right?
I did a couple of analyses for individuals where one person's home valuation over the last 4 years went up 40%. And it drove a significant impact on their property taxes. Not everybody's went up 40%, but to those who did, it does cause an increase in your property taxes. But it's not driven by the city, it's driven by
Right.
the county's assessment.
So I don't know that the county can do much about that, but based on what they receive from the state. But here we're trying to be conservative in terms of 2% from last year. Now, what's next year going to bring us? Well, we don't know that yet, other than we're already in the hole, but, well, not in the hole, we're going to be even, right? But now we get the state charging Canyon County and us too, I guess, for City of Napa, 3% more. Then you get Canyon County assessing new values.
Yep.
That's this year was 13% increase, and we have no say-so in that. So on what Darla was saying, I wish we could get a lobbyist or something that would kind of help the legislators say, hold on a minute here. And I know they're talking about that, but I wanted to make the point is that we don't have anything to do with that. That's stuff down our throat, right?
We are fed the information.
Right, that's what I wanted.
But I would like to point out, if you go back to the earlier slide, where 2% last year was about $798,000, and the new construction was 1.4. So you figure out where if something gets eliminated, and if it's whether the 3% or the 2% or the new construction, you can kind of guess what the impact would be to us. It would be.
Well, and I think next year, we're going to get that, $2 million in new construction?
Well, okay, that probably won't show up until 2022 because of the timing of that. That construction will not be done until the next calendar year. And that's about $2 million, but so we won't see it in this budget year. It'll see it in the next budget year.
Oh, great. I was hoping we could use that. All right, thank you, Doug.
Are there any other questions? Councilwoman Levi?
Thank you, Mayor. Doug, I will take you up on your invitation to meet you at a later
Sure.
time with all my questions, but just a couple here. Looking at the levy rate, is there a point when the levy rate gets too low?
I can't, at this stage where we're at now, comparative to other, I can't see that's going to be too low. What I would worry about is if we reducing our taxing authority, then what happens is the next year's base is determined by the higher of the last 3 years' tax bases. So if we start lowering our taxable base by restricting our growth, like let's say we held it to 0% this year and 0% next year, very shortly we would be unable to raise taxes because we would be limiting ourselves to the threshold of the lowest, of the highest of the last 3 years. And as each year falls off, like if we had a $43 million year this year, next year, let's say we only tax $42 million. And the year after that, we tax 41. In the fourth year, we won't be able to tax at 43. We'll have to go down to 42. And the year after that, maybe to 41. By taxing lower, you can restrict our ability to tax in future years, is what I'm saying. So it must be done with wisdom in how you approach the budgets, because there becomes a certain point when you literally do not have enough revenue to cover critical city infrastructure. So being conservative is critical, but being wise on how we apply that is probably just as critical.
Follow up, please. So growth is good for actually the city coffer, but not necessarily good for the citizens.
I'd say depending on where the growth comes in, yes, but like if we get the Amazon, that's great for the entire city because that's a commercial area that's picking up one big chunk of chains that can then fund a great number of other things, or we can be conservative in how we spend it. But if the growth comes by a different mechanisms where it's expanded growth to the point where the cost of supporting the growth outdoes the revenue driven by the growth, then it's not good for the citizens.
I'll chew on that for a while. Thank you.
All right.
Are there any further questions?
One more comment,
Okay.
Mayor. The one thing that I want, that I'd like to do for the next year, if there's any way possible to do that, because in these increases of value assessments, that it's the homeowner that's getting the 98% of the brunt. And businesses are not getting that, or not affected by that as much.
Right.
So where's the fine line here? Do we do we push more businesses come here, and but that goes back to the homeowner?
So you think about where you want your growth to come. I'm not advocating any position here, but over the last few years, you're correct. Almost all of the growth in our real estate valuation has been on the residential side, and the commercial has been held. Not been held, but it hasn't been valued higher. It's easier to value a home because you sell a home, you sell 5 homes, you know what the value is. Businesses, real estate can stay lie empty for a couple of years before a building's rented or rebuilt. It's a harder, longer-term process. But if you were to go and create a mechanism, and there are mechanisms to do this, where you would try and shift the burden from the residents to the commercial side, then how would I think you have to ask the question, how does that shift, is the benefit of that shift by reducing the burden to the citizens outweigh the shift of the increased cost to the businesses who then have to bear that cost? So that's a discussion that would have to be held.
And Mayor, is that, do we have a say-so in that, or not?
I think that's mostly the state and the
That's
legislature.
what I'm thinking.
It is. It's
Yeah.
at the state, the
Okay.
legislative level. And I will say that the state legislature, as everyone may be aware, is looking at property taxes. We are in discussions with them. It's a little bit concerning because one of the goals, I think, with the legislature is do no harm. And if they were to pull away new construction revenue, it would be detrimental. We ran the projections, and it would be about an $18 million to $20 million in 10 years. Our revenue would go down by $18 to $20 million. And so the question is, as they're looking at reviewing this, what is it that we, as local government who provide the services, what is it that we don't do? Because you have to have a city. And I think the one thing that's important for everyone to remember is that we can sit right next to, let's say, Meridian, for example. We're the same size city today, but we're not the same city because we do our own streets, they don't. And where they began as a very small community, they have grown significantly in the last 10 years with a lot of new infrastructure. We're one of the we are currently the largest full-service city in the state of Idaho. And where we have an aging infrastructure, our storm water is aging. Our pipes that we are redoing, which we talk about all the time, right? Because we're funding new work. We're funding roads out of we have a 1% increase each year that's transportation related because we have to figure out how to fund. So there's a lot of work to be done. Even the state statute in how highway districts allocate funds that they receive back to the cities. We've got some very old statutes on the books. There's a lot of work yet to be done. I'm hoping that our legislature will be prudent and consider the impact of their decisions on a city like Nampa that has, we're funding a lot with the size city that we are. I will say, just for everyone here and for our citizens that are listening, our goal is to be good stewards. We want to get the tax relief down and keep our taxes down. One thing, though, that's so interesting is I have people come in and say, I moved here from Illinois, I think was the last person I talked to, and they said, your taxes are so much lower than what we pay. I do understand, though, for our local residents that costs are going up. And so we've got to find that happy medium of how do you provide services, because we can reduce, but what we're going to hand our children and our grandchildren will be a mess because we won't be funding needed renewal and replacement pieces in our city. And I am committed not to doing that. So we got to find the balance in it. And I will say, Doug, I really appreciate your work. Ed is working right alongside your team. We have some really sharp guys that are working on behalf of the citizens of our city to ensure that we're making wise decisions. And I want to thank you for your research and your work because you're doing a really good job. Thank you.
Just the one final comment on the new property taxes. If legislation were to pull out new construction, would still have the costs that go with it, borne by the city, but not the revenues to cover it.
Doug, thank you. So at this time, we're going to move into new business. And the first item, 5.1 on the agenda, is an action item. And this is the first reading of an ordinance amending the appointment of department heads. And I want to just say that the intent of this ordinance is certain department heads are appointed by state statute. And by state statute, you have a clerk, an attorney, a finance director, and treasurer. And then by ordinance, we have identified some other director positions that by ordinance are also appointed positions. So what we have asked in this ordinance, and I'll let council know the basis for why I'm asking for this, it is not in the best interest of a city that an appointment be tied to an election. And in visiting with the Association of Idaho Cities, it is their recommendation, and they feel it is a best practice, that we do not appoint based on a term, because the ordinance gives allowance if there does need to be a change in a director position, those that are appointed, I should say, for the removal of that position if they were not doing the work that they needed to do or if there was a change. So the intent of this is that there is a lot of angst with certain appointed positions that they don't know when a new mayor takes office if they're going to have a job or not have a job. As mayor, I feel very strongly that these people that are working in these appointed positions that are doing great work should never, ever be concerned for their reappointment based politically. And it should never be tied to who the mayor is sitting in this seat, because it would not be in the best interest of the city to have it politically motivated. And so I've recommended, and it is my recommendation, that we change our ordinance to read as follows, that I hope you have all gotten to read, that does away with the every 2-year appointment, but it is an indefinite appointment. And then we have the process for, not that I'm trying to get rid of anybody, but I'm just saying, just over the process, if needed, there's a process. Yeah, I see those fingers pointing back there. And then I'd like to just ask legal if you would like to add to my comments or clarify anything.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I think you explained it just the way that you and I discussed it and the way that I put it together. It would be indefinite appointments. Of course, there's a statutory process for the mayor with council approval to remove an appointed official, or the council can act unanimously to remove an appointed official. And we certainly perpetuated those prerogatives in the language.
Thank you. So I would, we'll start with, I'll stand for a motion, if we could move forward, and then we can have discussion if there is a motion to move forward. Well, we need the reading of the ordinance first, right? Excuse me, excuse me. Thank you.
An ordinance enacted by the Nampa City Council amending Title II, Chapter 4 of the Nampa City Code, Section 2-4-3, modifying the terms of appointment for all appointed officials, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Mayor Kling, I'll make the motion to enact this ordinance as read to us this evening.
And I'll second it, Mayor.
Is there any discussion? Questions, clarification? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Thank you. So 5.2 on the agenda, tonight is the night that we will be reappointing the department heads because we're still under the former. And previously, they were appointed for a 2-year term. So following tonight, it will be indefinite. But tonight is the night that I would like a motion to reappoint the department heads as follows: that Deborah Rosen remains as city clerk, Doug Racine as finance director, city treasurer, Kirk Carpenter as fire chief, Joe Huff as police chief, Tom Points as public works director, and Jamie Chapman as workforce development director.
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
just as a point of order, the prior action item, was that meant to be under suspension of rules?
Oh, it was. I'm sorry. So should we re-vote on that?
Yeah,
Yeah, you are so right. Thank you. And it's right in front of me.
okay. So I'll amend my motion to enact the ordinance as read this evening under suspension of rules.
And I'll second that again.
Thank you. And let's go back through roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Councilman Haverfield, thank you so much. I
welcome.
appreciate that. Thank you.
He's earning his
He
presidency.
he's earning that extra pay, right? Yeah. Okay, so then I would stand for a motion that we reappoint the department heads as read.
Mayor,
Yes.
I would move that we appoint the department heads as you have stated.
I'll second that.
Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Levi.
Yes.
For all of our department heads out there, now you guys can rest assured that you have a job. Isn't that great? Yeah. You know what? I want to say we have an amazing team. And it is a privilege to serve this community with the leadership team we have, because they're the ones that play such an incredibly important role on behalf of this city. The work that gets done is sitting right there, and we have an amazing team. And I just want to say thank you to all of you and to our other directors and leaders that are sitting here with us tonight. Thank you for your work. I'm very proud of you. All righty. So the next action item, and we'll go ahead and get through this one, is reappointment of the city attorney. And so just so that there's clarity, we have discussed, we do have an RFP that will be coming out for legal counsel. And our legal counsel, Hilty and Michelson, we've had Mark Hilty sitting here. We have had these discussions about the process. They are fully aware that we're going through the process. But this is the reappointment, which we need to do so that they can continue to serve us through this next process. And so I would stand for a motion that we reappoint City Attorney Hamilton, Michelson, and Hilty.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Perfect. You know what? I know it's 7 o'clock, but I'd like to move on to item 5.4 on the agenda. This would allow Kristen to get home to her kids. And so, this 5.4 is an action item, and this is the request for council to consider signing a letter to Idaho state legislators regarding changes to the Fireworks Act of 1997. And Fire Chief Kirk Carpenter and Kristen from my office have been working together on this letter. And so I'll let you come up and talk to us about
Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity. It's always amazing to be on a good team, and to be totally honest, to have someone like Kristen Pudlow in the mayor's office is an awesome asset to this city. She actually has done a lot of the research and work to assist me with some of the decisions we've made. And the reality is she's the author of a lot of what you're looking at right now, and it's very well done and very professional at a high level. So I don't want to pull any wool and let you know sometimes doing the right thing can be difficult and can come with some friction. This has been tried before throughout the state, but I do think that as a city it is the right thing to do. As we all know, we receive hundreds and hundreds of 911 calls every 4th of July and New Year's Eve. We respond to calls that are started due to the use of illegal fireworks, and for us to really, at the request of citizens that we've been speaking to throughout the year, show a stance as a city against what is already illegal in the state. So what we are requesting is a change to the state legislation defining further what an illegal aerial firework is. We believe that it was a missing piece to the legislation, as well as better defining consequence of the sale of those illegal fireworks. So I'll actually let Kristen speak to some of the research she's done and what we're proposing and what you have in front of you.
Mayor, just a quick question while the chief is here. So do we have a coalition? I know Boise, Chief Doan, of course, has been
He was very active.
advocating for it. Do we have Meridian, Caldwell? I mean, do we have a coalition at this point in time?
I really think that they're looking to someone to lead the charge. At the time that Chief Doan took the charge, it was as an Idaho Fire Chiefs Association member. I do believe he's still willing to be a participant in these actions. I think, however, over years he is tired of being the sole person.
Well, that's why I'm wondering if we even have more backing from other municipalities.
We do have backing.
So,
I think they're hesitant to continue standing on their own. We do know that at a state level, this doesn't have a lot of.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I guess my point is there's signatures not just from our municipality, but from other municipalities coming together and signing that letter together. I think to me that has much more lobbying effect.
Yeah, we would get the signature from the Idaho Fire Chiefs Association stating the support.
Mayor, City Council, thank you for your support, Chief. And Chief really led me on my search for where to start researching, so I'm very thankful for him and for the mayor giving me the opportunity. Mayor giving me the opportunity to take time to do the research. So I do have a couple of items I just want to share. It might make it easier. If you're not a policy person, then please don't take these. But if you really want to see kind of the words, so there should be one for everybody. But what I started to do is say, okay, well, which states are like Idaho? Which states are legal or have outlawed aerial fireworks? And so I tried to look for one that has kind of similar balance or similar values to the state of Idaho, and Arizona is one of those. And so I looked at their state code and started to read through the state code, and then I read the Idaho state code. So I just went line by line, and I've spent the last 17 years in the Idaho Army National Guard reading through policies. I mean, every single day, my day was reading policies, regulations, federal laws was probably what I spent most of my time in, and a little bit of state laws. And so this isn't the first time I've gone through codes to look through what the difference is, where you put a the or a period, where you say may or shall or will makes a difference. And so I'm really familiar with reading codes and understanding how to put action behind those words. And so anyway, reading through the state code, after reading through Arizona's codes, who seems to not have the same conflict that Idaho does, I thought, well, what's missing? And to be honest, Arizona has such a good definition, and I'm going to sound like a nerd, but definitions in a code are like candy. It's really what you go to when you have questions. And so Idaho's definitions were lacking actually defining what an aerial firework was. So if you look at the proposed change draft on the first page, we take time in our current code to define what non-aerial common fireworks are. We define what special fireworks are, but we don't actually take time to define aerial fireworks, which is the thing that's supposed to be illegal or outlawed according to the 1997 Act. And so I just took time. I looked up Arizona's definition of what an aerial firework was, and I kind of reworded that a little bit, but it's mostly the same as Arizona's, and put that in there. So if we add what the definition is, and then I also took time, if you go to the second sticky where it says, it's Section 39-2609, general prohibitions. And then Bullig 4, and that's just a proposed spot for it, but it doesn't have to go there. We didn't actually have anything about selling aerial fireworks or the penalty for use, and so just clarifying in that section under general prohibitions would make it a sound doctrine that anybody could understand clearly. You couldn't really deny that it's illegal. So if you add that there, I think that really kind of nails the coffin on aerial fireworks being illegal in the state of Idaho. And without that, it's really, I think that's what's missing. There's not really a leg to stand on as far as clarity. So I do get the second attachment or document I gave you was the Attorney General's Office interpretation of the intent of the Fireworks Act of 1997. And this is where I understand now we're not asking for something new. We're not asking for aerial fireworks to be illegal. What we're asking for is clarification so that the intent of the law can actually be practiced outside of the legislature or in word. So if you look at the first page, the question was, when can fireworks other than non-aerial common fireworks be sold and used in Idaho? And so that's question number 2 on the first page. But if you go to the second sticky, brief answers, he says special fireworks, that is fireworks that are not safe or sane, or non-aerial common fireworks. So this is talking about aerial fireworks, or non-aerial common fireworks can be sold throughout the year. However, they may only be sold to a person with a permit to use them at public display or events. So aerial fireworks are only supposed to be sold to people with a permit to be used at public displays or event to take place on certain dates within the other sections of the code. So essentially, the Attorney General's office had said the intent of this code is to make aerial fireworks illegal. However, this is just an opinion and we can't, this isn't a decision or a legislative thing. So anyway, I just see this as kind of a fix. We receive a lot of citizen calls about fireworks every year, New Year's Eve as well as especially around the 4th of July. Like this last year we received, the police department received, and I have Chief's permission to talk about this, but they received 109 calls specific to fireworks from July 4th until July 5th. And so that's a lot of obvious enforcement issues and citizens frustrated with the lack of ability to address that issue. So.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Kristen, just not to split hairs or anything on the definitions, but I understand that there's self-propelled and mortar-propelled type fireworks. Is the shell devices and aerial shell kits with reloadable tubes, is that meant to be the mortar-propelled type? Okay.
Yeah. And they're actually, Arizona, sorry, Chief, and this is from Chief kind of cluing me in on the state fire marshal's ability to kind of address this issue as well, which our state fire marshal hasn't done that yet. But this is from Arizona. I'd like to pass this out as well. But they have a diagram that spells it out very clearly. There's pictures. These bottom fireworks are prohibited, and there's images of what a prohibited firework is. So it just is that final, just in case you're confused, these are illegal, and then these are you can use. So I think something like this would also clarify for the state. And people who have been moving to Idaho, if they care to do research, Idaho is already listed on a lot of websites as aerial fireworks being illegal. So again, not a change in expectations for citizens. So does anybody have any questions?
Mayor, all right, go ahead.
Thank you, Councilman. Mayor, a few questions, and I don't know if this needs to go to Kristen because you're very well studied apparently on this, or to the chief. I had heard earlier, Chief, you mentioned that the aerials are illegal in the state.
Yes.
Okay, so could you clarify what I hear about you can go to the county and buy illegal fireworks, but you're supposed to sign something that says you're not going to fire them off? So if they're illegal in the state, how does the county get away with that?
So in 1997, with the Fireworks Act, it was the intent to make all aerial fireworks illegal. The issue was they weren't clearly defined well enough. That there was a loophole in the further end where the second, addition that we were requesting would be added, where there was really no penalty if someone did sell them. The law says it can be sold from a distributor to a permitted user or another distributor, but it never really gave direction on how that was done or if there was a penalty. So right now within the county, what we found out is they are sold within. So the city of Nampa, we made them illegal to sell within our city within our city. You cannot sell illegal fireworks within our fire district. Outside in the county, and we have areas that are enclaved, we do have stands that are selling illegal fireworks, and they have a form that states, I'm buying these with no intent of lighting them in Idaho. We even found that form is even unnecessary because there's no definition or no accountability in the state legislation for someone like myself or Chief Huff to really enforce, because it didn't state, unless you have a permit, these can't be sold. So that is all we're asking is, that was the intent, is these illegal fireworks were meant to be sold from a distributor to a permitted user like we have at the Idaho Center, or we see out in Melba for those big displays. Those people are trained and permitted to use, and they have insurance to use those larger fireworks. It was just never really given a tool or a way within the state ordinance for us to hold accountability. So truly, people wouldn't even honestly need to sign those because it doesn't really mean anything, those forms.
Okay, thank you, and I'll withhold my other questions or comments for our deliberation. Thank you.
So Mayor, if I may, Chief Huff, I'm sorry. I'm going to make you exercise real quick here. Okay.
You woke him up.
I'm all in favor of all that's being said here, but prevention to me is only as good as enforcement. So how, if this comes to be, how will our Napa Police enforce this?
Well, that's I'd have to probably get back to you on that actually, because it would be a lower priority on our call scale. However, right now the way that it is we don't respond to firework calls 5 days before or 5 days after 4th of July or New Year's, just because we have so many of them coming in. And the way that the codes are written, we wouldn't be able to. We would actually have to witness the who's lighting the firework off. And most of the times when the call comes in, the fireworks already been. There's people standing out in the roadway or wherever it's letting off, but nobody wants to fess up that they were the one that lit it. So I don't know exactly right now how we would enforce that, but it would obviously have I guess there would be more power behind the law, this way.
I can add to it, Councilman, if you wouldn't mind.
No, I
So,
I appreciate it.
In our history, both Chief Huff and I, we've ran around in Suburbans and we've tried to catch people that are illegally lighting fireworks, and again, we run into the fact that if we don't see them, we don't know who did it. So I think at this point we needed to look at what's a different. We can't fool ourselves and say that people are still gonna. That if this was accepted, that people aren't still gonna light illegal fireworks off. They can just drive across the county line and still purchase them and return home and light them off. We know it's still gonna happen. I think that we just have to look at it differently. Where we've tried to manage it through enforcement locally, that didn't work. There was no way the ability to number one, actually see someone light them off, but yet have the personnel we're already responding to multiple emergencies on those days. So take a different form of action, which was define and clarify state ordinance and codes, and really give the ability for the state to say, no, we don't sell these. So hopefully lowering the opportunity of people to purchase them will in effect have a benefit to how many are being used.
I think it's also important to know too, if there's an ordinance, then it gives the prosecutor some teeth. Right now it's pretty murky. If we were to write somebody or to see somebody do it, whether they're actually going to file the charge once we write the citation for it, or if there's a city ordinance, it's a lot easier for a prosecutor to move forward with the case.
Well, unless they would not be as conveniently sold.
Right.
If it's illegal, because right now, it's so convenient to buy them right at our city boundaries. So I think that's going to be a good start. Just a quickie, we're 15 minutes into public hearings, and so we are going to need to move on. Thank you for this is excellent work. Question for council, do you have more questions? I just wanted to give us a quick heads up that we're in.
Mayor, I have more questions, but I think I'll get with Kristen probably sometime during the week. Because one of them is what does Arizona do for neighborhoods that get together and do fireworks safely? HOA, stuff like that. What do they do? Or is that even permitted anymore?
Well, I'm not sure about that in the Arizona code, but I know in Idaho code, if a neighborhood wanted to do that, they could go get a permit. You have to get I think it's $100,000 bond insurance for those aerial fireworks. So it's not prohibiting aerial fireworks, it's just restricting them for people who want to be responsible. about
Okay,
it.
good.
So it would still be allowed for HOAs. They just have to get a permit.
Okay,
It's not
thank
that
you.
expensive.
Thank you.
So what we're actually voting on tonight is, it has to do with the authorization to go ahead and send a letter to our Idaho state legislators, and you do have a copy of that letter just regarding the changes to the Fireworks Act. It really is not, today, this is not about enforcement. It's just strictly, let's begin the process by encouraging our legislators to support a change and the clarification of the language in the act. And we brought it forth tonight because we're into the legislative session and would like to see it changed. So what's the will of the council?
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
question. On this letter, would it just be your signature on it, or are you looking for the council also to be the signatures on
I
this
think
letter?
it would be nice to have the council actually sign it. Your names are on it, but we could adjust, we didn't adjust it for the signatures, but we absolutely, I would love that if it had everyone's signatures.
Just reading through it, it kind of lend itself to that. I'd make the motion to authorize the creation of this letter to be sent to Senator Lodge on behalf of the city of Nampa, signed by the mayor and council members.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion?
Mayor,
Yes.
a couple things. One, we have representatives that represent Nampa that go to the state, our representatives and our senators. And even though they might not be on the State Affairs Committee chair, they're supposed to be representing the interest of Nampa. And I'm wondering how the council feels about possibly including them in a letter as well to garner their support, unless we know where they stand on this already.
I believe the reason it's worded the way it is, I think the one to Patty Ann Lodge was an example of what we would be sending, because it does say letter to Idaho legislators. So the intent, I think, would be that we would send this to all of our legislators, additionally including Patty Ann's in 11 verses 12, 13, but yes. Right, we would include everyone.
And secondly, if I might, in the past, I believe it was last fall, as a council and mayor, we signed a letter that went before the legislature, and I cannot remember specifically what the item was. I've been
Urban
trying to-
renewal.
Urban renewal, thank you. And we were very supportive, but in the end, when it got there, it kind of went awry because they changed the language. And here we were supporting something that we weren't necessarily in support of. What do we do in a situation like that? Because it has happened in the past.
In this case, I think the letter, we're intending to have them change the language. And so I think the letter, if I've got to go back, I just put it back in my file, but it's suggesting the changes, correct? That we're supporting. And so what we're representing is that we support the changes based on this language to that particular 1997 law. Beyond that, we're not supporting a bill. We're encouraging them to make changes. But this is not a bill, so we're not standing behind a bill, which is a little different.
Thank you.
Okay? And we've had a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Bruner,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Thank you. Good job. Appreciate your work, guys.
Honestly, Kristen did the heavy lifting in this, so she did a great job. She's an
Thank you.
extremely amazing researcher.
And-
Tiny lady, she's strong.
He's good.
And thank you for
Good.
taking the lead on behalf of the other communities. Appreciate that. Okay, so we will move to our public hearings and action item 6.1. All righty, so public hearing 6.1 is an action item to repeal the Nampa 2035 Comprehensive Plan. This is the text in the plan and the proposed future land use map and all amendments thereto, and the approval of the updated comprehensive plan text and proposed future land use map to be referred to as the Nampa 2040 Comprehensive Plan for the city of Nampa. As Doug Critchfield is here as staff to talk to us, I just want to say that Doug has worked on this plan and helped pull together. We had a number of public meetings, and I know that you'll walk us through that, but I just want to say you did an excellent job. You've been with the city how long now?
14 months.
14 months. Well, I will say you did an excellent job. When we had a change in staffing, I was concerned about this, and Doug stepped in and just took it. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent work.
Thank you. Doug Critchfield, Planning and Zoning, and just to continue with that thought, Mayor, I just wanted to thank the departments who contributed quite a bit of time to the development of this plan, as well as the members of the Comprehensive Plan Review Advisory Committee, who met with us on several occasions, took many hours, as well as the Planning Commission and the City Council and the members of the community. Really has been a community effort. So just for a little bit of background on this, so Idaho State Code requires that we have a comprehensive plan and that we update it periodically as the Planning Commission directs. And so we've been on about a 5-year update, excuse me, a 5-year update time frame. And we are updating the 2035 plan, which was adopted in January of 2012. And so we started this process in the early fall of last year, or year before last, 2018. And we completed this whole process culmination on December 10th with the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation to council, as was stated earlier. The update process by the numbers, it's in your planning packet. I just wanted to highlight a little bit that we've put over 1,500 hours of planning staff time, as well as hundreds of hours of department time. We had 5 Comprehensive Plan Review Update Committee workshops, 2 town hall meetings, a podcast. We've been on the web continuously during this process. We've been able to reduce the number of goals and strategies from 735 to 360, with 55 identified as key strategies, which is one of the major goals that we had in this process. We had 79 future land use map changes and 2 new chapters added. So there's been quite a bit of work and background on this. Over the process, 10 priorities emerged, and these priorities really centered around growth and how to manage growth in the community. As you'll see as we go into the numbers a little bit, you'll see what kind of growth that we're dealing with. The primary issues were traffic congestion, affordable housing, essential services, mostly public safety, and other issues, quality of life, and other issues that were important to this group. So these were the issues that we really focused in on this update process. So what I'm going to do for you is just go through and do a real high level review of the significant changes or additions that we made to the 2035 plan. And we'll go through each section here, and we'll try and be brief about this for the sake of time. Chapter 1, 2, and Chapter 10, these chapters were updated with current data. There wasn't really any significant policy changes. We did collaborate with Compass and the school districts, and also the higher level education on those numbers, and so those are all updated with current numbers. Something that we wanted to point out to you is that we are now over 100,000. That's a major kind of a turning point for a community, if you will. And so the timing on this update was excellent in terms of the community growth that we're seeing. We have about a 3.7% growth rate, and the count, or by 2040, we're anticipated to be about 150,000. So we're planning for the next 50,000 over the next 20 years. In Chapter 3, in the housing section, we brought in a new discussion about the Housing Opportunity Index, which was put out by the National Association of Home Builders. And that Opportunity Index has dropped. And what that index measures is the cost of, or the value of cost of homes sold in an area that would have been affordable to a family earning the local median income. In 2010, it was 73%, and in 2019, this is just recently updated, it was at 49%. So the housing costs are going up and our income levels are not meeting that pace of growth. So that's a challenge that we have in the community that we've identified. Also in the housing section, we talk about how to address some of the growth management issues that we're facing. We do have a lot of infill that we need to encourage growth in those areas. We also want to bring services closer to the residents so that they're not having to drive 20 minutes to get to the grocery store. and utilizing smart growth principles and other elements for growth management that are important as the community grows and becomes more dense. We also looked in the plan at options to improve housing affordability. So we're looking at one particular important change to the zoning code that we're going to have to work through with the development community as well as the elected officials in the community about transitioning from a lot size to a density-based zoning. This is something the development community has been asking for. It gives a lot more creativity and offers us the opportunity to garner more open space and some different types of housing product. So we talk in detail in this section about what that will look like. In Chapter 4 in the Economic Development section, we just highlight some of the things that are going on in economic development in the community. Just wanted to note here that our unemployment rate's about 3.4%. That's down from 9% in 2012, which is a good sign, and that our wages are increasing 2.7% annually currently. Also, we talk about commuting. This was brought up quite a few times in the presentations in the discussion with the committee, and that a lot of residents are leaving Nampa to go work elsewhere. And we have 25,000 people coming in, but only about 10,000 are staying in the community. This is something, when we talk about live and work and play, if you will, in Nampa, this is something that we really want to see have that happen here, so we're not having to commute out of the community. Some of the industries that Economic Development Department is looking at and targeting are listed in the plan, particularly finance, insurance, healthcare, transportation, logistics, microelectronics. All these things are important in building the job and economic base for the community. In Chapter 5, the land use section, we simplified the land use settings. So instead of being multiple land use like you'd see in a zoning map, we've combined a lot of these land use settings into large settings that creates more flexibility for us in being able to locate businesses and industry and housing in areas that make sense rather than having to bifurcate this early on. It gives more flexibility in the process. We are also using a measurement in Chapter 5 of gross density when we talk about densities rather than a mix of gross and net density. That just really simplifies us, our ability to, when we talk about new developments coming in, our ability to distribute the land uses for residential development. And we're also looking at common open space areas. If we're going to have more dense areas, we'd like to have a threshold somewhere in there, and we'll work with the development community on what that should be. We were thinking, and we've listed in here, about a 15% of the development being in some type of common open space. And that would be a variety of open spaces. In Chapter 5 as well, we are talking about allowing limited commercial development in the medium and high density zones. What that will allow us to do, again, is to bring the services to the residents and in a limited and controlled fashion so that it has compatibility with the existing neighborhoods. We incorporate a lot of discussion about mixed use and smart growth principles into the plan, and these are all the elements that we'd like to see in Nampa. As we become more dense, these are going to become more important in the development process. In Chapter 6, in the transportation section, there's a discussion about new projects coming up and the way that we're going to fund those projects. Of note, the commute time between Caldwell and Boise expected to double by 2040. So that's something that we really need to address. The bicycle and pedestrian master plan was just passed, and we have quite a bit of discussion about that and the connectivity that provides, as well as the transportation master plan, which was also adopted. So the timing on all of these coming together is very good for the city of Nampa. So I don't think we need to go into too much detail. There's been a lot of discussion about that. The airport master plan is underway, and that is, our airport is going to become more of a regional focus as we become denser in the Treasure Valley. So there's quite a bit of discussion about what that will mean for us. And We actually added a new chapter to the comprehensive plan that goes into more detail about the airport. We'll go over that in just a second. In Chapter 7, we talk about, we had quite a bit of input from public safety and brand new sections that talk about what they're doing, what the key elements for protection need to be for the community, and what the performance measures need to be. And so there's some discussion about that. And we also talked about the library and its membership in the Links Consortium and its focus for the community. In Chapter 8, Community Design section, this one we really talk about elements that we would like to see, and there's going to be a lot of collaboration on the development of these guidelines for development coming up. They're not necessarily, we don't envision those as being requirements, but guidelines, trying to get away from the cookie cutter approach to development and really bringing some unique character into the community and celebrating, celebrating what we have already. In Chapter 9, in the Parks and Recreation section, there's a lot of discussion about park planning and development, and as, again, the community becomes denser, the way that we design parks and how we acquire parkland and utilize that space is going to become very important. There's also the last Parks and Recreation Master Plan was updated in 2001. We think it's time, and the Parks Department thinks it's time for a new Parks and Recreation Master Plan, so that will be forthcoming here. In Chapter 11, Cultural and Historic Sites, we have a lot of work to do with the Arts and Historical Preservation Committee, more than we've done in the past, and they're very interested in working with us on downtown preservation. And so they're going to be developing a historic preservation plan with a current historical context statement. That's important for the State Historic Preservation Office. And that will also help us with future funding for projects. There's a discussion of kit homes. It's kind of an interesting section in here. There were quite a few kit homes built in the turn of the century to about the 1940s. And also our inclusion of the Snake River Scenic Byway and what we can do to bring that to Nampa. And then in Chapter 12, we're looking at trying to preserve our groundwater as the community grows and the importance of that in our surface water. And so there's a discussion about that in our aquifer system, and also the importance of Lake Lowell and Deer Flat in their role in the Pacific Flyway, and that we're part of a national interest as far as that's concerned. Also in the natural resources section, we talk about issues of environmental importance to the city of Nampa, and that we need to have mutual cooperation and be conservation minded in our efforts with new development. In Chapter 13, in the hazardous areas, I think that's appropriate. 13 and hazards go together. That the floodplain schematic and the shaking hazards map that we've included talk a lot about the things that are going on or that could potentially go on in this area and how to address those. We do have the potential for a 7+ earthquake here. There was a recently discovered fault in 2010 in the Stanley area that could impact us, so there's some discussion about all of that in the comprehensive plan. We have over 66 railroad we have 66 railroad crossings in Nampa. And so we talk about how to address safety at those crossings and areas that may need to have mitigation. So there's some discussion about that. And then we also talk about the Idaho Department of Environmental Quality's hazardous map and how to utilize that web map for future development. And then, as we mentioned earlier, there's a new chapter, Chapter 14, about the public airport facilities, its governance, the airspace, and more importantly, our inclusion in the National Plan of Integrated Airport Systems, which brings federal dollars to the airport. There are 2 new strategies that are associated with that are in your staff report, mostly having to do with adhering to the master plan and working with our regional partners. And then in Chapter 15, this is a new section that we added that talks about the different specific area plans and guidelines that we need to develop. At the end of the comprehensive plan, the future land use map, this is the map that was shown to the committee and to the public during our town hall meetings. We had a lot of comments, and we've listed all of those comments and changes on the map. And then this is the future land use map, the final version, which is posted over here for anybody that would like to take a look at that as well. Lastly, we received a letter after the December 10th meeting with the Planning and Zoning Commission from Compass with some recommended feedback, and we reviewed that feedback and gave comments and proposed recommendations, and that is in your council packet. With that, we'll return it back to the original item for any questions. And that's it.
That was a lot to cover. You did a good job getting that out. That was a lot. Council, do you have any questions?
Mayor, I have several questions, and I will just state up front so everyone knows, I was not able to digest all of this because there was a lot to go through, and I'm still going through it and digesting and formulating questions. Maybe my other council members were able to get through it, but I've already put 25 hours into my packet this weekend. And so I honestly cannot say that I'm 100% prepared to vote on this tonight. With that said, as I'm looking at the council, as I'm looking at the comprehensive future land use map, I do appreciate the fact that one of the churches was changed to a public use. But as I look at the other established churches that have been part of our community for a very long time, it's zoned residential or high density in that area. And that concerns me because when you look at our mission statement, it talks about a place to work, to play, and to worship. And to me, that's communicating, or making me question, are we protecting those places of worship, especially when they're zoned commercial or high density?
So in the current zoning code, the churches are permitted in
Any zone.
all of the zones, I think, with the exception of heavy industrial or something like that. Is that correct? Are they even permitted in even heavy industrial?
Right.
Yeah. So they are permitted by code in all of those zones in our current zoning code.
I was told in 2 of our meetings that they fall under public. And so I know one of the churches has been changed under public and removed from a commercial. But the other churches, like I said, they're in high density or residential or commercial. And the other question that I have is back in December, I believe it was our first meeting or it might have been the second meeting, we just approved a counseling center across from a church, and that was zoned community business. And I'm looking at that area on the map, and that is designated as, there's a little part, and I guess maybe it's part of their parking lot across the street as commercial, and the rest is residential. And so kind of how does all that work? Are we being consistent?
Yeah, so, excuse me, I'm dealing with a little congestion here. So when we have a proposal that comes in, and we can, technically, we can stretch a zone. So if half of the parcel is in one land use setting and another is in a different land use setting, we can stretch that land use setting. That's part of the provision that we have. So that I think the intent of this document is to try and create continuity as much as we can. And we know that there's still more work to do in that area. And there are some parcels that are split. They have one zone on one side or one land use setting on one side and one on the other. But we have the opportunity, and when we bring that forward to the council, we do bring that up we mentioned that in the staff report. But that does help us in terms of individual parcels. If we were to do this parcel by parcel, it would be kind of hard to read. So we have to think about it in large pieces, if you will. And so that does tend to happen from time to time.
And then another question off the top of my head is, I remember reading through this and it said the neighborhood commercial had been eliminated. And again, like I said, I did not get through the whole packet on the comprehensive plan. And I remember a case that came before us last year that was off of Middleton and down kind of by the heavy residential area. And if I remember correctly, the developer wanted to put storage units up there at that time. And we had a lot of testimony, as well as several people on the council agreed that that would have been a perfect neighborhood commercial area for like a little cafe or something of that sort. So what covers that?
So the commercial, what we've done is rolled all and these are future land use settings. So we've rolled all those future land use settings into commercial, so that if somebody wants to come in with a neighborhood commercial zone or an RP zone, a residential professional zone, those can be located in those commercial settings wherever it's designated commercial. So it gives us the opportunity again to be flexible with that. Instead of just a commercial goes where the commercial future land use setting, we have different types of commercial that can come in. So it allows, again, it opens that up a little bit more for flexibility as far as that's concerned.
So for clarification and not to be redundant then, Doug, so if that corner by the heavy residential area is now designated commercial, but it, underneath the blanket of commercial, it is limited uses as far as what would be appropriate use in that area?
Yes, and the zoning code, the zoning that's assigned to that or that's applied for that zone will determine what can happen specifically in that area.
Thank you.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
I would concur with Councilman Levi that, Councilwoman Levi, that I'm not certain that I'm to the point where I can vote in favor or against these amendments. It's kind of like being on a train, and there's a lot of things going by, and you catch glimpses every now and then, so you write down, okay, this is something I want to ask, this is something I ask. There's several questions that, because words mean things, and in my profession, when I deal with strict rules, that I have to abide by or my clients need to abide by. The term dark skies, I didn't really see that expressed to the point where I understand that, and I don't want to belabor a lot of different points tonight to ask the questions so that I can get context. I don't know that architectural vernacular, I mean, there's certain things that have been mentioned that haven't been defined to the point where, I feel like we have enough definition as to what's changed from the prior plan to what now you're looking at. And as I look through this, I see some generalities of what has changed, but something that might be helpful is a statement, okay, these are the changes from the prior comp plan. This is specifically what we're talking about. This is what we've added. You've added 2 new chapters, but what is all included in that? And I apologize if I'm not as educated on all the changes that you're anticipating making here, but I'm one of those trust but verify guys. So, I'm not sure that I can support a motion tonight in favor of making these changes to the point where I don't understand them all yet, because I deal with this in my world. So I'd make that statement as well.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
And I concur with my fellow councilman and woman. I read through this and I was thinking, what is the outcome? How are we changing our development for our city? How is it going to affect in terms of budget, in terms of traffic and our community? So I concur. I would like a one-on-one with you, Doug, sometime this week or next week so I can really understand. I do have many questions.
The attempt was over the last year, as we've been going through this, is that we were going through it in our public sessions and addressing it over the last year. And so, needless to say, we've been at it for quite a while. That said, I understand if council feels like they have questions, so that because it is a public hearing, we can keep the public hearing open to date certain, right? As far as the public hearing goes, we can close the public hearing. I don't have anyone here signed up to testify on behalf of or against it. So I guess my thought is, if we don't have anyone wanting from a citizen standpoint to testify in public hearing, the real questions are the clarification from council members that you just need a one-on-one with Doug. And I totally respect that, and I know Doug does too, because of course we want to get it right. Right? And so the questions are good questions.
Mayor, allow me, if I may, just make a suggestion. Rather than doing a one-on-one, I think sometimes fellow council individuals' questions are something that as an individual I would not come up with. I would suggest that whether it's before next council meeting or whatever, that we just have a session with Doug as a whole.
And didn't we already have a workshop with council on this?
We did on the 28th of August.
Yeah, there's
Right,
been
but it's been
lots
a
of
while.
lots of
Yeah.
opportunities. There's no question.
It's been a while. So I guess we'll schedule another council workshop. I'm just trying to think what we should do, because my thought is on the public hearing side, can we go ahead and close the public hearing and allow the vote to come at a later time since there's no one here that wants to testify, or do we need to go through another public hearing?
Mayor, you don't need to go through another public hearing. The law allows you to continue this public hearing. Whether the public testimony portion is open or not open for that continued portion of the hearing is up to the council. My recommendation that I would throw out would be to maybe continue this for 6 weeks, something like that. And then in the interim, it'll give the council members both time to take a look at what's been provided and digest that. But then also maybe whether it's a special meeting or at some point you could have a session organized for that. But the legal requirement is to continue this hearing to a date and time certain so that the public, even if they weren't here tonight, knows when that.
No, it is. Do we have to have, when we say date certain, do we have to confirm that date tonight? We do. So I would recommend that we move to either the second council meeting in February or into March. We could be the first council meeting in March that we could move to. And in the in the meantime, we could schedule a special council meeting for council that is a couple of weeks out to where you have time to review, formulate your questions. We'll do a workshop. It'll be a workshop versus a council meeting on this to where you can have him present and we can do the questions as a group.
Yeah.
Does that sound like a
I
good
think,
plan?
Mayor, plus seat 3 will be in place, and so
That's true.
I think that would be important.
So
that
I would
person to
suggest,
go.
so it would be into March then. We should do either the first or second council meeting in March.
I won't be here for the second.
So would you prefer, could we get done by the first, or we can go into
First
April
would
if
be
we
better.
choose?
April would be great, too.
Okay.
That would give the new council member a chance to try to get caught up. The question I would ask, Doug, is can we get this in a Word document that shows what has been the suggested changes so that we can see the text of what's currently there, what we're looking to modify? And that comparison obviously is very helpful.
Sure.
Adding some of these new items are dollars being added to development potentially. So that's what I would be trying to highlight and red flag. So I see here you have, like chapter 11, you've got additions to chapter 11. You've got 3 bullet points, but there isn't the actual definition other than a discussion of that role, or something that if we could actually see what the text changes are.
Yes, I have, I provided the council, I believe on the 28th of August, some bullet points of the changes. It was more detail, a lot more
Yeah.
detail.
Yeah, that's what
And
I'm looking
I
for.
could regenerate that for you, and if there have been any changes of significance since that time, I can add that as well.
Okay.
So,
I'm going to ask a question of Norm. Norm, do you have a comment?
I think the council may be forgetting, I'm not saying this to be rude, the comp plan is not a code like the zoning ordinance. The comp plan is a guide. We're not establishing any guidelines that are going to cause a budgetary impact through this comp plan. We're establishing a vision that discussion can later be had on ordinance changes that can affect some things that could do some great work in the community. But it's not putting a burden on anything right now.
Yeah.
But if it's a guideline that, I'm sorry, Mayor, if it's a guideline that states architectural vernacular, where we're going to say now, we're going to be shooting for a certain type of architectural character that's stated in a general form, how does that translate then down through the Planning and Zoning Commission or to the Design Review Commission? There's got to be some impact at some point.
Yeah, via the code. And that's based on, council direction.
Mhm.
So what I think I
community
hear you
input.
saying is that currently, this plan supports the code that we currently have. This is not something new that is changing code. Is that correct?
That's right.
Yeah.
And most of the details of the comp plan of what have come from the community to you, it's nothing that, Doug envisioned on his own. It came through these multiple meetings
Process.
and direction that the citizens expressed.
Can
And
I-
many of you were at those meetings and heard
Mayor,
much of
please.
what was stated.
Mayor,
Mhm.
I'm s-
Anyway, I just thought you need to understand that we're not talking about a zoning ordinance tonight. We're talking about a general plan that establishes a framework that can later be implemented into code.
And it's fluid, right? No, I mean, this is a fluid
Yes.
document.
That's right.
Right. It's not just putting up a wall and saying this is the way. Okay.
Mayor,
Yeah.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
So as an example, the dark skies, Norm, as you're standing there?
I think Doug could explain that better, but as I understand dark sky, it's lighting at night.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's not currently enforced or,
No.
so,
It's
but that'd be something that we're talking about it now and trying to incorporate.
It's something that has been mentioned that may be useful. Some neighborhoods have expressed concern over. And it's something that they're saying we need to look at. It's not saying we're going to do it right now. That's part of the process of determining what we want to adopt that's envisioned in this plan.
The 2040 plan is really, it's a big goal. It's a big goal. And so with that big goal, we've got strategies that we've identified. And so, and all based on public input that's taken place over the last year. And so it isn't that at some point we may say, you know what, we need to adjust code. If we choose to as a council and as a city, but really this is just it's a big goal that we've talked over the last year about with the input of the community to say this is where we want to go in the next 20 years. But as Norm said, there are no budgetary restrictions. And actually what we're doing as a city right now is while every department is working on goals and objectives and we're putting together our plan, then all those strategies that we talked about, Doug distributed those out to every department. So every department has an idea of what strategies they would be responsible to accomplish. But it's like right now where we're working over, this is a 20-year, we're just taking and saying, okay, in the next 5 years, how would we accomplish these strategies and goals that have been set forth? Then that would come through. If we choose to adopt something, it would come forth. If it was from planning and zoning, it would come forth with an ordinance or code, a code amendment. If it is a department, it's going to come forward as part of a budget request that will come before council if it's so needed. This is just the broad brush that we've spent a lot of time working on to say this is the goal that we're working towards in the next 20 years.
So the fact that some of these things are mentioned in there doesn't mean we have to start budgeting for them now.
Right.
Or we need to start writing code for them now. When we, as a department, for example, the planning department, there's a number of these issues that could be implemented through our department, and we will seek your direction on which ones you want to be implemented first.
Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And I don't believe any of the council is willing to convey that we aren't appreciative for all of the time that's been spent from the citizens. We've attended meetings, and I don't believe anyone up here is in of the thought process that Doug just kind of came up with this, because we did attend the meetings and we appreciate what's going on. But when it comes down to it, is we have to look at our mission statement and our vision statement, and we have to look at the comprehensive plan. We have to look at the future land use map, and we have to say, what is it we want our community to look like in 5 to 10 years down the road? Because we as elected officials, we're answering to the public for our decisions that we make up here. And what we're just saying is we need to digest and understand this better so we're clear on what's going on and how that affects what our community looks like. For instance, one of the statements that was made that kind of was a red flag for me was that the development community has been asking for denser housing with open spaces. Well, the developing community might be asking for that, but is the public asking for that? And that's what we have to be able to answer, and we have to be able to answer to the public for those decisions that we make. So for myself, like I said, there is a lot to digest here, and I want to make sure that I'm thoroughly digesting it and I'm making a decision that I can own and that I can answer to. And I appreciate, again, the work everyone's done on this.
And I wasn't inferring that there wasn't a need to look into it and understand it. I was just trying to say that it's not a zoning ordinance.
I appreciate that. The one thing I think I want to caution the council is that we have had how many community meetings? And remind me, 5 community.
5 workshops, 2 town halls, podcast.
I mean, we have been at this for a year with a lot of citizens involved, and it's been public and with council invited. What I do not want to do is start this process over. because we've spent countless hours with staff, and they've worked really, really hard, and we have been before the public, and we've done the best we can to capture and represent the public. So if the council needs a little bit more time, but I will say, council, we've had a lot of opportunity throughout this process this last year, and I want to make sure that we don't start over again with our staff. Because they've worked very, very hard on it. So at that, I would stand for a motion, in that there is no one here tonight for the public hearing, to postpone the public hearing till, you know what, wait, I'm going to pause. If we postpone it as late as April, is there any harm done with that? No? Okay. So if-
Mayor, what's the reason I'm not understanding why we put it off until April? What's our rationale for that?
We could do it the first week of March and have the new council person
please.
on at that
Yeah.
time, so the
Mhm.
1st
Yeah.
of March.
That
Okay.
gives 30 days for new person.
Would you like to
be-
make the motion?
Yeah,
that
so what is our first council meeting in March? What's the date of that, Mark?
March 2nd.
Okay. Oh, that's a good day. Okay.
Oh, your birthday.
That was, I don't want that to be a long council meeting. Okay, so I will make the motion that we delay then this until March 2nd. And we will have it then, do we need to include that there'll be some type of workshop between now and then? Or
If
does that
you
need
would-
to be in the motion?
It can be. It can be.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Bruner?
Norm has a question.
It's a continuation. Yes.
Yes.
Mhm. It is.
Yes to that.
Okay. And your vote was yes? Yes. Okay. Thank you. I did not mean that to be a reprimand to council. I just want to say that staff's worked, because it's been such a long haul on this, and a lot of work has gone into it. So I understand the need. And so, Councilman Bauer,
I just say another couple of weeks would be good just to
digest.
digest because it was a lot. So
And Mayor Klinger,
Councilman
I
Haverfield.
think I attended 3 or 4 of those meetings. So I mean, it's not like I haven't been there. It's just a lot of stuff just goes by. And if you don't ask the question then, you expect it to be asked at some point in time. And there's just some questions that I still have. It's not like I want to start from scratch. I don't. But I just like a little bit more clarity, because usually these things relate to cost to somebody.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty major paradigm shift to go from regular lit skies to dark skies. If we go down that path, does it need to be included in this comp plan or not at this point?
Could be for 20 years from now.
Yeah.
20 years from now, we have a goal, right?
By
That's-
then, we'll just be campfires and we won't worry about things.
Who knows where we'll be in 20 years?
And so you're talking to may be gone in 10 years from what I'm hearing, right? So, the climate.
You're older than me.
Thank you for the concern. So I'm going to pause at this and say, we've been here for 2 hours. Council, do you need a break?
Yes.
Okay. We apologize for those, and you guys have been too, for 2 hours. So we're going to let's be really fast, just 5 minutes, quick break, and we'll come right back. So we're almost ready. Okay, so public hearing, item 6.2 on the agenda is an action item. This is a variance of section 1018.6C requiring a 25-foot yard setback for structures in the industrial park zoning district. The applicant is seeking to construct a new well, and booster station building with a 15-foot front yard setback from the right-of-way line of 11th Avenue North at 1590 11th Avenue. This is in the Nampa Industrial Corporation Second Edition subdivision, and Daniel Badger representing the city of Nampa. And Daniel, you're serving as the applicant. There we go.
Mayor, Council, this is in regards to our elevated tank removal and replacement. As we've proceeded through with the design of the site, we have some site constraints that precipitated this request. As you'll recall, this is the site we're looking at and the aesthetic design of the tank. As we look at the actual site design, this is the site layout. You have 11th Avenue North is right along this section here. And the new tank, the new at-grade tank would be located here. New well and booster station here. The existing well and booster stations sit right here, which need to stay active during the construction of the new tank and new booster and well site. And so due to that, the orientation of the building, the variance or the setback variance we're requesting is for this area up against 11th Avenue. Because that is a front setback, even though it's kind of the side of the overpass over the freeway there, that is considered the front setback. Typically, if this were a side yard setback, a 15-foot setback would be adequate. However, because of just the orientation of the parcel, our access comes along 11th Avenue here, and generally for most people thinking of it, the front of the site would be located over here towards the Sundowner old Zilog property. So I've got a few pictures kind of showing what the site looks like now and kind of what you'll be able to see in the future. So this is the access road here. The 11th Avenue overpass continues up here. There's a wall running along the east side of the project site. As you get a little closer, you can see the height of the wall there is approximately the height of the existing booster station, which would be similar to what we're looking at there in the future. As you're driving along 11th Avenue, you can see the buildings are fairly well hidden as you drive along there. As you're on the 11th Avenue side, you don't really see anything, so there's nothing that reducing the setback will not make a change necessarily aesthetically to what people see. However, it does make the construction and phasing of removing the tank and the booster station much more efficient, and hopefully has a little bit of cost savings there that by not having to work around the existing facilities while constructing the new as much. And so that's really our request, is just to vary that setback for 10 feet up against the wall. Once again, the existing building here is at 18 feet from the property line. The new one would only be 3 feet closer. So with that, I'd stand for any questions.
Mayor Kling. Daniel, the 15-foot separation, that's not there's no other reason to get access around to the northeast side of this building, is there?
So any access, as you'll look on the site, there will be access between the building here and the tank site. There will be no physical obstructions to be able to access there or around the tank coming this direction to access that. The only thing we would be taking back there may be a truck or something, nothing that a 15-foot drive aisle wouldn't.
Would accommodate that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Daniel, thank you. So this is a public hearing, and there is no one signed up to testify in support of or in opposition to. Is there anyone here that had intended to speak on behalf of this issue tonight? Do we? Oh, I'm sorry. Because he's the applicant. I'm just thinking we're done. Okay, well, on the public hearing side, I don't see anyone signed up, but we'll let staff finish and then we'll move on. Thank you.
I won't say too much. Daniel pretty well covered it. Again, it's a setback. 15 foot's what's being asked. It's now 18. Required is 25. So they're asking for the variance to go from the 25 to the 15. I'll just go through these slides. This shows the lot in the industrial park. Right there, lot 6, I believe. Shows the zoning. It's all industrial park, light industrial, heavy industrial zoning in that area. We have the golf course, of course, property to the north across the interstate, zoned agricultural. This is a graphic that Daniel kind of showed. This was in some of the materials that we received. It shows kind of the location with the elevation change between where the building is and where the roadway is above. Again, pretty much shows it. Don't need to repeat any of that. The findings are right there that typically would be necessary to be found for a decision like this. There shows a bird's eye view of the existing tower, street view from the side. You look down a little bit, you can see the existing building, but there was a great application narrative in the application that the engineer that provided the narrative for the application, if I include that in this slide, it gives their reasoning. Both the, I think Daniel touched on most of those points, so I won't need to go through that. Anyway, that's it. Any questions?
Great job.
There's the proposed layout.
Are there any questions for Norm? Please accept my apologies for moving so quickly beyond. Excuse me for doing that. Okay, so back to it is a public hearing, and there isn't anyone. Is there anyone here that intended to testify? So seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
What is the will of the council?
Mayor,
Yes.
I move that we approve the variance of section 10-18-6C for case number VAR 082-19.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mayor Kling, I don't see any conditions of approval that matter, so I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't anything further you wanted to add to your motion.
Are there any conditions of approval?
No?
No.
So if we deny this tonight, who do we appeal to?
Good question.
Yes. Okay. Roll call.
Bruner,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Levi.
Yes.
Item 6.3 is an action item. This is an amendment of Title 10, Chapter 3, Section 10.3.2, containing the schedule of district land use controls by removing the requirements stated in Note 1 for residential land use building occupancy type, that there be no 220-volt power source for accessory dwelling units for the city of Nampa. Rodney, are you applicant and staff?
I am.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So there's the action before you. So on October 25th, 2019, the building department came to us and just said, we have some concerns. The latest adopted electrical codes require 240-volt wiring and paneling for all types of dwellings, and that would include the accessory dwellings that are above a garage. And this is for safety concerns, as the third bullet point on the screen says. There was a risk of electrical fire if 240 volt is not allowed.
Nampa current code prevents the higher voltage in order to prevent a full kitchen and laundry capability, which would make it easier to rent out in-laws quarters. That was our way of preventing these garages from becoming rental units and then requiring additional parking than they currently have on a residential lot. That was one of the things that we had in our code to prevent that. So November 26th, though, 2019, Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the proposed change. Quickly, the applicable regulations, this just outlines the conclusions of law pertinent to proposing zoning code amendments. And I've underlined the most critical part of that. Proposed amendments are or would be reasonably necessary in the interest of the public and in harmony with the goals and policies of the adopted comprehensive plan. So the summary of the changes, we're proposing to remove the wording under residential land use building occupancy type notes for accessory residential suites, wings, additions to attach to the primary dwelling, stating with no 220-volt power source wired to or for the use of the kitchenette and no split electrical panel. And then number 2, so the first one was for attached to a residential building, and then the second one is for detached, removal of that same wording under detached. Okay, staff analysis. So, as I mentioned, the purpose of that code, the current code, is to prevent accessory structures from becoming dwelling units. There were many past concerns over this. What often would happen is garages would be converted and they wouldn't be up to building code. And so we had some violations where we actually had to close down the building as a residential structure. It wasn't capable of continuing because of safety concerns. Traffic concerns, parking concerns in a residential setting. That's what we're trying to protect, is that residential setting and the concerns over parking and traffic. So we've had changes in culture recently and acceptance of accessory dwelling units. As you know, some of the cities in the Treasure Valley have proposed changes so that those accessory dwelling units can become rental units. That's partly to address the concerns over affordability, housing affordability. And as you've heard tonight from Doug Critchfield, the comprehensive plan also encourages us to look at that. Doesn't change the zoning code, but it does encourage us to take a look at that. That's something we can look at in the future, but tonight I just want to emphasize that this is only addressing the concerns of the building department regarding the building code. And we will continue to respond to violations when there are rentals from an accessory dwelling unit. We have a couple of ways we can do that. If there's addressing on that separate structure, and if there's a mailbox for that separate structure, we can address those concerns and have code enforcement contact them and give them a violation, notice of violation. So on the screen are the recommended findings as required by our code. And then I'd stand for questions.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Rodney, are we talking about detached structures?
We're talking about detached and attached.
So attached structure as a garage attached to a primary dwelling unit. Quite often you find in the garage water heaters, which require this voltage, dryers, which require this voltage. By moving down this path, we're eliminating the ability for those items to be placed in a separate garage, which are being used by the primary area. So how do we eliminate the ability for them to have that type of power out there and have those appliances then in that location?
Mayor and Commissioner Haverfield, I think it's actually the opposite. So we are
You're
making
allowing
sure
it.
that those are allowed.
Okay, I'm sorry. I misread it because my red flag went up when you want to eliminate the ability to have that. And that's obviously where those appliances are usually placed, so,
Yeah.
okay.
And that part of the code where it says attached, it's referring to a dwelling unit. So you could have a mother-in-law's part of your home that has a separate entrance, is not, no access between the primary structure and that second mother-in-law's quarters. And so in that case, in the past, we've said that no power, no 220 power or higher could be placed in that part of the structure. And now we're saying, because it's in the building code, it's a safety concern, it's a fire hazard, we are saying it should allow 240, and we'll have to address the rental of that structure in a different way.
Yeah, you had me about 3 minutes ago, so we're good.
Are there any other questions? Hearing none, this is a public hearing. We do not have anyone signed up to testify on behalf or opposing this. Is there anyone in the audience that had intended to testify and did not get signed up? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
What is the will of the council?
Mayor Kling, I would support this this amendment to the Napa City Code as presented to us this evening, so I'd make the motion to do so.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion?
I was waiting for Sandy.
Sorry, thank you, but I'm sorry. I blew it.
Or Jacob, you're welcome to just jump in there. Yeah. Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
I just want to say thank you to those that are still here for public hearings, and I'm sorry it's such a late night and you're having to wait so long. So thank you for your patience. So we're now on 6.4. This is an action item. This is annexation and zoning to light industrial at 8626 Birch Lane for warehouses. And this is for Phil Horton. And feel free to state your name and address as you come forward.
Phil Horton, I reside at 4832 Middle Arc Lane, Nampa, Idaho. What I want is, we got 3 acres off of Birch Lane annexed into the city, so I can build 2 warehouses there. Probably just one this year due to financing. They'll be 100 by 250 long. That'll be 25,000 square feet with a capability of 3 potential renters or leasers in each building. Probably just be one of them this year. And so I just need to get it annexed in the city. We are contiguous, as they'll probably tell you, next to Van Auker. We're over there by Pepsi. Karcher Truck is right across the canal. So there's like 4 residents that haven't been annexed in the city.
So I just have a quick question, and that is, so you don't have the tenants yet?
No.
Well, thank you for the investment, because that's the huge beginning, right? In order
Yeah,
to.
if you'd like to donate some, you can throw
Yeah. Anyway, thank you. Council, do you have any questions for our applicant?
Mayor.
Councilwoman Levi.
Thank you. Sir, I appreciate this because it seems like it would be a very good use and a good fit for the surrounding location. But to kind of grow off of what the mayor was saying with the warehouses, what type of things are you envisioning that would be stored in that warehouse?
They might not be stored, maybe a manufacturing plant. In fact, right north of us, actually, this piece of property actually borders north of us, Cache Lane. There are 10 lots put in there. I actually built 2 buildings in there. There's a seed company in one that just stores seed, and the other one is a door company that actually builds frames and ships out doors, residential doors.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, so this is a public hearing. I think you know the process. We'll have staff report, we'll open it up for public hearing, and then we'll ask you to come back afterwards. Rodney?
Mayor and council, the request is before you. The applicant stated his purpose was to develop warehouses, and as you clarified with him, no tenants yet identified. There's approximately 3 acres on the property. It's zoned ag in the county. It's in our light industrial designation on our comprehensive plan. Right in the middle there, it's kind of hard to pick out, but that's the blue marking there. Surrounded entirely by light industrial on the comprehensive plan. Zoning, you can see the industrial zoning to the north and south of it. And residential properties in the county and to the east and to the west of this property. To the north, though, is the Madison Industrial Park. And to the south is some vacant land that Adler Industrial is owner of and plans for industrial development there. I've also placed on your desk there just a list of land uses that are permitted in the IL district. I forgot to touch on this. I'm sorry. Utilities. There's a 12-inch water main in Birch Lane, 12-inch sewer main available in Birch Lane, and then a 10-inch irrigation main is available in Birch Lane. Access is from Birch Lane. So here's the permitted and CUP land uses, the link that's on our website, and then also I just placed those before you in case you had any questions about those. Okay, so getting to correspondence, Nampa Engineering Division. These are pretty standard conditions, and I've placed them in the staff report as well as on the screen. Maybe the most important one right now is just that the required 80 feet of public right-of-way is already dedicated to the city, so no additional right-of-way is necessary. And sewer city services will need to go to and through the property, and permits will be required, all the typical things. Applicable regulations. In order for a property to be annexed, it must be contiguous with the city limits or be enclaved by other properties so annexed. The enclaved area connects with the city limits on the north and south side, so it is available for annexation. Recommended findings are in your staff report and on the screen. And then here are the recommended conditions. Again, they're pretty basic except for that last one. In the commission's in the public hearing at the commission, we had a resident come, and a couple of things they said. They talked about a lot of noise coming from the industrial development to the north of this property, and they were worried about what kinds of development would go in there. But they realized that they're in an industrial area, and they acknowledged that it was likely going to be developed as industrial. They also were concerned about how irrigation would be handled and about what type of material would be used for fencing. So the commission voted and directed the applicant to make a valid effort with that neighbor to choose appropriate fencing, appropriate materials, and to work out the irrigation concerns of the neighbor. By state law, they have to maintain the irrigation to their neighbors. They can't obstruct what is already currently happening there, at least the availability of that water. So they may make changes to the system, but they still have to provide water to that property. So those were the recommended conditions of the commission and of staff. I would stand for questions.
Mayor Kling? Just for clarity, there is in our packet the aerial photograph with the utilities, but in looking at the letter from the engineering division, it appears that a 12-inch sewer main, 12-inch water main, and a 10-inch pressure irrigation main are all in Birch Lane. So the requirement for it to be provided to and through the property, it's already there, correct?
It is available in the roadway, so
Right.
yeah, it just needs to be taken to it.
Yeah. We're not extending any mainline services to accommodate this. They're already there for them to hook into. I was just confused by the requirement that you had in your staff report.
I misstated that. No, they did say that in their statement. So yes, it does appear that it's And the property to the north does have, this property here already is annexed into the city and is already has buildings on it. So I would anticipate that that's probably, looked at Daniel, there's probably not a concern. It's not a concern of,
Right.
yeah.
So is there any latecomer hookup fees associated with this section of trunk line? Okay. Thank you.
And for the record, that answer was no.
Mayor,
Mhm.
thank you. Rodney, the applicant did state that he's looking at warehouses, houses or some type of manufacturing. And as I'm looking, and again, I appreciate this very much, as I'm looking through the permitted uses, the only two that kind of concern me if he were to change his mind would be the automobile body paint shop and then the petroleum storage. And I realize we're just dealing with an annexation and zoning tonight, but during the permitting process, if he were changed to go to those uses, he would have to follow the requirements outlined for if it were a body shop or petroleum storage, et cetera.
He would, but that land use is a permitted land use, or I assume it's permitted, not a conditional use permit?
It's permitted.
Yeah, so you're right to bring up the question now. You could require a development agreement that would restrict those land uses. That's one way to handle that. Yeah, so that's something you could direct us to do.
Thank you, sir.
Are there any other questions? Thank you, Rodney. So this is a public hearing, and again, we don't have anyone signed up in support of or in opposition to this. Is there anyone here this evening that had intended to testify? Seeing no one, I'd like to invite the applicant to come back and address anything that you've heard tonight, and this is also an opportunity for council to ask questions, further questions. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, would you like to close us or kind of wrap us up?
Well, that sewer line's 22 feet in the ground. That's a long ways to go get it. That may be a little spendy. There is a stub there now, but if I split the lot into two, then I've got to go get another. Are there any way you can get around that? In other words, I was told that each lot has to have its own sewer tap. That's the only big problem I got facing me.
When it's that deep. So your question is, you're going to have to do it twice. Is that
Well,
correct, or
there's
is there any
already
way?
a tap there. It's supposed to be a
There-
tap there.
Okay.
At 7 foot when they put the line in. But they said it's 22 plus feet in the ground, and it's about a $50,000 bill to go get another one. So that's not going to be fun, but if we got it, we got it.
Okay, any comments to that from engineering? Pardon? Okay,
So Mayor.
yes.
So Phil, are you looking to split the lot then, as far as multiple ownerships? Okay, just put that on somebody else to put that in the ground then and hook on.
But I'm building, so I'll have
Oh,
to
okay.
do it. But I got an extra shovel. You want to come help?
Sure.
I want to see that.
We all heard that, by the way, so,
Call
yeah.
everybody, it'll be that quick. It'll be gone.
When you have your groundbreaking, I'll do the first shovel.
So,
Okay.
if,
Daniel's gonna-
I guess at this point, Daniel, why don't you come up and address that, and then we'll see if there's any further comments or questions. Thank you.
Mayor, council, so generally speaking, that is accurate, that if a property is split and separate ownerships are possible, that they are required to have their own services. They can request of the building department to do a joint sewer users agreement, where if the line size is adequate for the fixture counts of the buildings, they can, if allowed, they can record an agreement on both properties that basically obligates both properties to participate in repairs on that one single line if there are problems. It really then just depends on what the fixture counts in the building with the types of uses that Mr. Horton is likely envisioning. That fixture count will probably be low enough that a 4-inch service would be adequate. That would just be a request to the building department. and creating that legal document that gets recorded against both properties, obligating those property owners to work together repairing that sewer.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. So.
He
It
didn't
might
offer
be.
to shovel anything.
We just do hugs here.
You got him blushing anyway.
So I would ask, are there any other questions from council before we close public hearing, or anything else we need from our applicant or staff? Seeing none, I'd stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Council discussion.
Mayor, before I make a motion, I would like the input of my fellow council members as far as if they feel that there is a development agreement needed. I believe the gentleman, he said a warehouse, but if something were to change, my only concerns, as I mentioned earlier, would be if there was an auto body paint shop or petroleum storage, because those could emit possible health or safety issues, environmental issues.
Mayor, I have no problem with approving that as part of a development agreement. I'd be fine if you want to include that in your motion. It's my opinion.
So at this point, you are including an auto body, asking that the development
Paint.
agreement restrict the auto body and
Auto
paint
body
shop?
Auto body paint shop.
Okay.
And petroleum storage.
Okay.
Mayor Kling, just as
Yes.
a comment, I'd feel more comfortable if those were just slipped over to a conditional use versus full restriction, just in the event that, that they would still have to come back before P and Z for approval if that was a desired entity to go out there, and then it could be considered at that point. That would just be my preference, as opposed to full restriction, just to have it slip over to the CUP side.
So just quickly with legal, so we could actually suggest in a motion that if either of these things were considered, that it would be done based on a conditional use, because they're currently not conditional use permits. But we could actually do a motion rather than a restriction and development agreement, suggest that if these two were put in, that it would have to come back for conditional use?
No, I agree with Rodney. I'd recommend a development
Development
agreement.
agreement.
But I think the terms of the development agreement would simply mean that those two uses would be treated as conditional
Conditional
uses on
uses.
this particular site.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, so Councilwoman Levi, I think that gives you the guidance.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, fellow council members. So I would move to approve item 6.4 for annexation and zoning to light industrial for Mr. Phil Horton, case number ANN 136-19, with a development agreement stating that auto body paint shop and petroleum storage are treated as a CUP. Was that correct?
Within the development agreement, yes.
Within the development agreement and conditions of approval.
Good job. Got it.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
We only have 3 more public hearings to go. So the next public hearing, number 6.5 on the agenda, is an action item, and this is a variance of section 1011-4C for the RML zoning district, which states where land rises steeply and where there is a marked topographic division between the land and the adjoining property, a building may be 2 stories, but shall not exceed the height or elevation of an existing building on the adjoining property. Our applicant seeks to eliminate the requirement because for topographic reasons, he cannot match the height of his proposed new dwelling at 512 16th Avenue North to the lower height of the adjoining home to the south at 1602 5th Street South. This is for Kevin and Jade Duffin, And thank you for being here, and go ahead and state your name and address.
Kevin Duffin, 16789 North Wentworth Lane. So yeah, basically, as you can see in this photo, there's a lot with a basic condemned house on it. You can't live in it. It's just a really nasty looking lot. And this code is stating that when there is a marked topographical division, meaning that it's slowly sloped upwards, that the roof pitches need to match each other. But in this case, the condemned house, which is a two-story dwelling, the property to the south is exceedingly lower, meaning that you can't even build a one-story building on ours with this code that is set in place. So the thought was to tear down this old building and put in a new two-story structure. And so the property to the north of it, which you can kind of see there, is actually taller than this property. So basically proposing that we get a variance for this specific thing.
So could you tell me what you're planning on putting here? Then a two-story, is this a single?
Structure, meaning, well, it's zoned so you can do multifamily housing like townhomes and things like that. But depending on if we get approved today will depending on our plans in the future. So.
And what you put, so you don't
Yeah.
know at this time what you're going to do on it?
No.
Okay,
Hopefully two-story structures.
okay, thank you. Okay, Norm or Rodney? Rodney.
Here in council, I think he outlined the concerns there. The request is before you. And on the application, I did get a little bit of clarification here, but on the application, they did say that they would like to construct. They didn't clarify exactly whether one or more. The zoning would allow up to about 8 dwelling units there, so maybe 2 fourplexes on that property because of the size of the property. So that might be something you consider today in your approval, whether you want to see that many. It sounds to me like he was just asking for the single building, but the zone would allow more than that. Again, so there is that restriction for the 30-foot height. Okay, so I'm going to go through just quickly general information. Location is in North Nampa. Here's Lakeview Park to the north, the railroad tracks to the south, and the comp plan is showing high-density residential. You can see that dark brown there, showing all the places that high-density residential could go. The zoning, however, is a little bit different. RML zoning is the pink here, and RML zoning is typically associated with the, it can be in the higher density, but it also can be on the upskirts of the medium density residential. The property side, let me point out that there is a property right to the north along 16th Avenue. Right to the north is RMH, and what happened there is it was a single-family home, and it was requested a zoning change to RMH, which was consistent with the comprehensive plan, in order to operate a business there, a birthing center. So a birthing center or medical clinic is allowed in the RMH zone, but is not allowed in the RML zone. So they made that change, again, consistent with the comprehensive plan. So you can see that this RML zone is no changes are being requested, but it is right next to an RMH zone. The property size is almost a half acre, and existing land use is, as has been indicated, is a 2-story home that's dilapidated. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things I found in my research. A demo permit was issued in May of 2019, and then that expired in November of 2019. So if that home is to be taken down, it's going to need another demolition permit since that has expired. I've kind of highlighted some of the land uses. There's a Friendly Fred's across the street. This is a fourplex just to the south. The one that is lower, it's quite a bit lower. I mean, the pictures don't give it, it doesn't show it well enough. when I drove out there, it was significant difference. Yeah, water, sewer, pressure irrigation is available and already brought to the site. Okay, so the applicable regulations. Again, I just want to highlight a couple of important parts of our variance code, especially for those who are new, haven't seen this a lot. Variances are not intended to allow something that other people in that zone can't do. It's intended to make a correction so that because of conditions of the site that would prevent them from doing what everybody else can do in that zone. And typically, what the wording is in the code is that it has to show that there's a hardship, a site characteristic hardship. So hardship, like want to make more money, is not a site characteristic hardship. It needs to be tied to the property. 1024-2 allows that height of structures. City Council can approve a variance to heights of structures. And then the critical part right here, 1011-4. I also included section A in here because I wanted to make sure you understood that even if there's a variance to the height, they still are not allowed to go more than 30 feet or 3 stories. So A would still apply if you approve this variance. But C is where things got a little dicey there. As the applicant stated, according to C of 1011-4, they would not be able to build any kind of structure on this property because of that neighboring property to the south. So staff findings are listed in your staff report and on the screen. And then I just noted that last bullet there. City Council will need to determine whether a 2-story building is appropriate in this situation. There are multiple 2-story buildings in the immediate vicinity, though, including the one to the north, which would still be higher, likely still be higher, even when this property, the subject property, was built to 2 stories. So if council approves this, these are the recommended findings. And these are pretty typical. They're in our code under variance chapter. And then I would recommend the suggested conditions of approval. And I just noted, typically we say building permit, like a building permit, and I just put like a demolition or building permit, because they'll still need a demolition permit. And then I also put this in here, shall not exceed 2 stories in height for any new structures on the property, just to clarify, just for clarification reasons. And I would stand for questions.
Mayor. Rodney, I just need a point of clarification because I was writing and I'm not sure I heard you correctly. So if they were to build a 2-story on the subject property, it would not tower or be a skyscraper compared to what used to be a birthing center?
Correct. Yeah, in fact, it would be lower than the birthing center.
Okay, thank you.
Or the old birthing center. It's currently vacant.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Rodney, I don't have a problem with this. I think it's an appropriate request. But my question is, as far as access, is access off of 16th restricted here? So is there an alley access to the property?
There is what is actually, it's labeled as 17th and then 6th Street. That was a little confusing to me. But it is just an alley. So primary access would be from the alley.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. So this is a public hearing, and we have one person signed up in support of, and that's Megan. Megan, hi. Come on up. Can you give us your name and address and talk to us about your support?
I am Megan Elithar, and I live at 10302 Baker Lake Street in Nampa, and I am the listing agent on this property. My seller applied for the demo permit back in May, and when he looked at taking down the abandoned house, it did not pass the city requirements. The foundation would not pass, and so that's when he decided to clear the lot. We didn't get that far. We went ahead and listed. We had a gentleman interested in purchasing all 3 lots, and he's looking at providing homes for our north side neighbors.
Thank you. Do you guys have any questions?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Quick question. Opportunity zone, I'm hearing more and more about opportunity zones. Does this fall within that criteria? Do you know?
I think it may end at 16th, so I'm not sure if it goes to the other side of 16th. It would certainly you could ask economic development. I don't know if it extends to the east side of 16th. I believe it goes to 16th.
It's just
So Mayor, a federal program, can you explain what the advantage of that is, what the opportunity?
Yeah, there's just, capital gains, I believe, is what
Right.
savings there is. If they
Tax
build and
incentives.
maintain or hold for at least 7 years, there's considerable savings that might be available from.
The new buyer.
Yeah.
You could reach out to economic development on that. They could tell you if it's within. It may be just on the other side, but certainly worth it. Any other questions, comments? Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here that had intended to testify on behalf of or in opposition to? We have no one signed up in opposition to. So at this time, this would be an opportunity for applicant to come back and respond to any comments, questions of the council. And do you have any? I have a question for you.
Yeah.
And I think I just understood that the reason this is going down and it isn't is that the foundation is not sufficient. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
it's a pretty in bad shape
Okay.
right now, so it's not worth renovating.
I've watched that house, and I think it's a really cool old house.
It's a cool looking house, but
It-
yeah, the bones are not
The bones
great,
aren't
so
there. And then the home next to it is wonderfully
It's a
renovated.
great looking house. Yeah.
It is. And so just a suggestion, and that is to reclaim some of the history and the wood of that house, if there's anything worth reclaiming. There are a lot of people that would do that. And because there's a piece of history sitting right there, I would love to know the history of the family in that home. And so it'd be nice to archive that history. Take a picture of it and archive the history before it's gone, because I'm sure that that is an interesting piece of Nampa's history sitting right there on that piece of
sure.
property.
Megan, Mayor Megan seems to know more about.
Do you know the history? Uh-huh. So you might talk to Matt and ask if he would like to reclaim any of that lumber.
For sure.
That would just be a very gracious thing. Sometimes there's cast iron heating grates and things that are really cool. So that's just a thought, because there's some history right there.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have any other, well, I only have one other comment, and that is 16th Avenue, where that is the entry to our city. And it's important what you put there is complimentary. And it may be nicer than what is already there, because not all of 16th Avenue is wonderful. But I just would encourage you to continue to look at how we can make it look better, right, than what was there, especially even your adjoining property.
Yeah, that's
you
our
know what I'm
ultimate
saying.
goal, is to make it look
Great.
pleasing to the eye as you drive by. So.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions? Councilwoman Levi? And then Councilman Haverfield.
Go ahead.
I'm full of questions tonight. Kind of in the same vein of where the mayor was going, I was just thinking about whatever you might build there, if it's going to fit in with the character or the flavor of what was there before, or if it's just going to totally look modern and out of place.
No, we can definitely make it look in character to the surrounding buildings and make it look kind of a historical style, that kind of architecture, I would say. So.
Thank you. And then my second question is regarding the parking, since it is alley entrance only. And from what I'm kind of gathering from you, you're looking at maybe one home, maybe two homes. But as was mentioned, it could allow up to 2 fourplexes, making 8 homes. Would there be adequate parking back there?
Yes, for sure. We've already had a meeting with planning and zoning on that, if we were to go that route, where the parking would be located. So, yep.
Thank you.
My
Yes.
only point would be rear entry access as far as for parking, front entry, as far as walk-up. This is a pedestrian-friendly section of town, so if it's designed properly, I think it would lend itself to a nice aesthetic appeal on 16th. So
Okay.
if you keep that in mind, I
For
think,
sure.
you'd appreciate, people living there would appreciate it as
Yep.
well.
Any other comments, questions from council? And do you have anything else you'd like to share with us?
I don't. I think that's everything.
Okay, thank you so much. I would stand for a motion from council to close public hearing.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
What's the will of the council?
Mayor Kling, I'll make the motion to approve this variance request as presented to us this evening with recommended conditions of approval.
Second.
Councilman Bauer, I saw that second just sitting there. Right.
Hey,
Getting tired.
I rescind my second.
Second.
You want to make a motion?
And it was like, there it was. Thank you. Okay, is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And now for item 6.6 on the agenda. So this is a variance of section 1019C3, general provisions stating, and congratulations, guys, as you all move forward. Stating that no flammable or combustible liquids or gas shall be stored in above-ground tanks which exceed 500 gallons capacity in the Gateway Business Zoning District. Edmark Toyota seeks to install a 2,500-gallon above-ground fuel tank near the southwest corner of the property at 15933 North Idaho Boulevard. And it is for Edmark Toyota. And thank you for sharing your name and address as you come forward.
Right. Miles Edmark, 15933 North Idaho Center Boulevard. And I appreciate you guys sticking it out late. I'll go through this as fast as I can. Currently seeking a variance for the installation of a 2,500 gallon above-ground fuel tank here on the backside of our property. Sorry, it's clicking through here. Estimated cost of the system's around $70,000 for the above-ground tank system. Is there a way to pause this? I'll have to click back. We did look at underground options. It more than doubles the cost of the project. It'd probably be over $150,000 for the same system just to be buried below ground. And that's just for the construction cost. You then also have EPA testing, higher insurance costs, the environmental risk, just did not make sense for us to be able to go the below ground option. Our main goal with the project is to reduce what we estimate between 1,000 and 1,500 trips through the intersection of Idaho Center and Franklin each month. It's probably over 40 trips a day for our employees, filling up vehicles at the Chevron across the street. 2 trips for every sold car. We have a rental fleet for our service customers. We also gas up all the new cars when they come in for the technician. So it is a lot of travel through that intersection, and it's only going to continue to get more strained with Amazon and all the businesses they're going to bring to our section of town here in late 2020. As we look at the project, we assume the primary objections are going to be safety and the aesthetics of a big fuel tank. So I'll kind of click through those here real quick. Again, looking to do this, you see that little yellow dot? It's going to be in the back corner of our property. This is actually a private street, so it is about 550 feet from Idaho Center. So it is going to be as far back away from the street as possible. I think it's about 400 feet to that up the hill there to the back through, I think it's Ridgecrest Drive, right there. And then again, about 500 feet to the north there. Again, well-lit area. It does border state land and additional dealership to the sides there. It's going to be kind of where those cars are whited out. Flip over here. The tank is going to be a very modern, it's actually a 3-part system in the tank that involves 2 different steel tanks, lots of layers of insulation. The system is designed to not only meet but also exceed all current international building code and international fire codes for storage of flammable liquids above ground. Here's just an image of the tank right there. We're also going to construct a wall on 3 sides to make sure that it's not unsightly, and it will be surrounded by concrete ballards. We initially actually wanted to go with a smaller tank. We were hoping to do like a 1,000-gallon tank, but we figured out that you cannot buy fuel in bulk at that kind of quantity. The fuel trucks that drive around town to fill up gas stations, they're 10,000 gallon trucks, and they're separated into 4 different 2,500 gallon bladders. And the lowest quantity we can get is actually a single bladder at a time. So it was kind of an interesting curveball that got thrown at us. As far as the gallonage, talked about the concealment here. We did find out City of Meridian and City of Boise do allow for large above ground tanks. That's actually a 10,000 gallon tank at the Ford dealership in Meridian, combination of diesel, unleaded, and premium. They've actually got it just right off their main street. Is there a laser on this? It doesn't matter. And then also, Peterson Toyota over in Boise also have, again, a tank system as well. So we're not really sure where the 500 gallon limitation came from, but it seems like other cities and counties are okay with storing the liquids above ground as long as, like I said, they meet all current building and fire codes. And that is the quick version. So.
Good job.
Mayor Kling,
Good job, yes.
I didn't catch his first name.
Miles.
Miles, can you come back? Just a quick question about spill containment.
Yes.
Nothing in the diagrams indicates to me that there's a spill containment area. Can you explain that?
I'd have to go back and review the whole architectural diagrams. I think the actual containment system is actually within the tank itself. And I can't remember if there was going to be a containment wall or not around it.
Normally, there'd be a curb or something. You need to,
Councilman Haverfield and Mayor, I did review the plans today. It is a double wall tank, so it does have the containment unit built into the tank itself.
so if there's a leak,
It can fully contain itself within its own structure.
so you're comfortable if this thing starts leaking out onto the pavement area.
Really, it meets all fire codes, so it within the restriction that's in place, I believe that's more of a zoning, and it was probably at the request of the development more than anything. That it doesn't matter whether it's a 500 gallon tank or this 2,500 gallon tank; they both have the same safety systems and the same ability to contain within themselves. So the risk is the same whether it's 500 or 2,500.
Yeah. Do you see where I'm coming from? I mean, if this thing starts leaking overnight and nobody knows about it,
It's self-containable. Yep.
as long as,
It would have to be a breach through both the tank and its outer tank.
I'm just talking about a valve that's left open. If there's no means, curbing that can contain that amount of fluid, then it's going to go somewhere.
Now, I know with the actual mechanical pump systems that are in the tanks, there are automatic shutoffs. They can't just, it's like a, at the gas station, when you pull the handle and lock it, it'll actually kick off eventually. But like you said, the tank actually, it's a lot bigger than it has to be because that volume of liquid actually can drain into the outer liner of the tank.
But you're saying if it's an open line outside of the tank system itself.
Potentially, yeah. As long as you're ready to go out there and fight a fire that's engulfed several cars.
Yes. It's well the plans that are waiting for this variance in our office meet all national fire codes, and our deputy fire marshals are very comfortable with the design. It's actually more than what we would have expected.
Yeah. Being underground, it's contained. Being above ground, it's not. So that's where a containment area is normally designed around a feature like this. So that's why I raised the question.
It is a little difficult to see from this photo, but actually if we back up one, there is actually a fire hydrant about 20 feet from the proposed site. And there's another one to the north about, I think, 80 feet up the lot. So there are lots of fire access right there.
But there was no concern through our plan review.
Okay.
Just waiting on the variance.
You're the guy. Thank you.
The fire hydrant's in that little grassy bush area right there to the left side of that photo. So, and the tank is going just to the right of that.
Are there any other questions for Miles?
Mayor?
Yes.
Miles, few questions. Is it common that the other surrounding car dealers do that? They frequent the gas stations as much as you do?
Yes.
So are you going to be striking deals with the other dealers that they can use your fueling station?
We will not. It'll just be just internally for us. The strange thing about when you start buying your own fuel, and like I said, you think 2,500 gallons is a lot. It's actually not a lot. You're actually going to end up paying more per gallon to buy your own fuel than what you can actually get across the street at the gas station.
Okay.
It's probably 5 or 6 cents more expensive to have it delivered and by yourself.
The reason I'm asking to follow up, if I might, please, Mayor, is as I was reading through the notes from planning and zoning, which I appreciate, is that not to think of this as setting a precedence for other dealers, but obviously, to me, it would. And my concern in the end is with our public safety, is if something were to happen to some of these tanks, and we have, CWI, the Micron Center, we have Walmart, and then if we have an event going on at the Fort Idaho Center, what kind of evacuation plans are in place with that thought process if this does start a precedence with the other dealers?
Kind of a two-part answer here. Again, we had our old Chevrolet dealership across the street. We always were interested in putting in some sort of fuel system, but again, you're into the issue there. You had to have diesel, premium leaded. Here with the Toyota product line, we're pretty simple. We can cover 98% of our vehicles, which is regular unleaded fuel. We also had a lot of size and site issues, space constraints. We don't have those issues here. The second part of your question about the safety, and the fire chief could probably speak more of that. Most of the issues with fuel systems probably happen during the filling. It's probably not an issue with the tank itself. Vehicles, they can't crash into it due to the cement bollards. You shoot it, it's multi-level tank. It's not going to have anything happen, but usually the human error on the filling is what causes most of the fires or hazmat situations with the tank. It's not actually the tank itself that has the issue. So I don't know if you can touch on that. Most of the accidents are going to have on the film. If it happens within a tank, it has safety.
The tank that they're speaking to can actually handle several hours of direct flame impingement before it would become any type of disaster that would go further.
State that again.
Yes. So the tank itself is built to take several hours of flame impingement, direct flame impingement, before it would breach and release any of the fuel that's in.
Okay, and it's double walled, and did you say it was armor resistant if somebody were to shoot at it?
It's it's not, nothing's going to happen to it.
And it's stated, if I remember correctly, about 2 hours it could be with the fire. And I do appreciate all of the information, and I did read that to learn about that. But I would appreciate the fire chief and/or the police chief talking about if there were an emergency, and I know this is a what-if situation, but it's a reality with the other car dealers around, and they have tanks and something happens, what do we do? Do we have an evacuation plan or emergency plan to move traffic out of that area?
That's a two-part question. So if we could start, because we are working on our emergency plan, but just to answer the first part of that, this is my opinion, but every request would be assessed differently. So if you have a car dealership sitting right next to the Micron Technology Center, and it's right there, that would be a different request because it would be its proximity to students, right, and housing. So those would be looked at very differently. And I think any other request would have to be assessed separately. This one is easy to assess because of its proximity. It is not sitting next to CWI. It's the furthest away. And so it's in a good location. But the other ones would have to be assessed separately. If there were a major issue, then Chief Carpenter, I guess you could speak to that.
And we would respond to it as if it was any other hazardous material leak. If it was fire related, the tank has built-in safety systems for relief. So we would have to be on another tragedy. So I would assume that we were talking natural disasters where we're going to be worried about very big things when it would come to this tank rupturing and being of concern. I would also assume that this could set a precedent. Honestly, in my opinion, reducing the amount of traffic going across these roadways is just as
Yes.
of value to the tank, and we know that that's happening in other communities as well. So the tank is designed well for its gallon. I mean, it's over designed for its gallonage. So whether it's 500 or 2,500, our inspectors and plan evaluators had no concerns. It could be 500 gallons, or this tank, they're built the same with the same protection measures.
Anything? So Chief, is there any reason why we limited to 500 gallons to begin with then?
I can only assume that came from planning and zoning at the request of probably more for aesthetics. They were worried about large tanks above ground.
So have you been around above ground tanks like this before where have you had any concerns about spill containment?
No, not that I've had. We've had a couple leaks over the years. Had one natural gas tank fire
Yeah, well, we've got the mobiles that are out at the, that are oil and gas.
The ones that at Training Center and on
Right.
site at the Public Safety Building.
Those, yeah, okay. Thanks.
Miles, thank you. We'll move on to the staff report.
You had all the discussion on this previous. So again, I won't be necessarily repeating what was said. This shows the specific tank site area, the tank plan that was in your materials. And I might just mention, this is a section in the general provisions of the zoning ordinance that deals with basically performance standards for different types of uses. So it was not a requirement of the planning commission, it was a requirement of the zoning ordinance that you cannot have a more than a 500-gallon above tank storage. So it's a variance to allow that to exceed 500 gallons. And why that originally was placed in the zoning ordinance of 500 gallons was probably back at the time the zoning ordinance was adopted back in 1972. I don't know. I think it's been there the whole time. Again, they showed you this screening on the three sides with the bollards. Those bollards are there to help, in case there's cars that have a problem getting around the corner, so that wouldn't happen. And of course, the screen makes it look much nicer. And this is the information. Again, the required findings that are under the ordinance. This is a variance of a regulation that isn't site related, I guess, which is a little different than the previous ones that we had here this evening. And the idea of granting a privilege, I don't know if anyone else has asked for one of these, so I don't know if this does set a precedent or not. I'm not aware of any existing. The fire department may be aware of any above 500 gallons that are existing at other locations in the community, but certainly in that GB1 zone, I don't believe there are any. And the rationale you have in your packet, this came from the applicant, from Inmark Toyota. I won't go through that. They gave you a letter also that is shown there that indicates the issues relating to their need and their concern for hazard and safety concerns as well, and aesthetic concerns. And it's their opinion that they feel that this accommodates those concerns. And I think the fire department's verified the safety aspects this evening. Staff is comfortable with their statements here and feel that it would be an acceptable variance of that tank size. And the only conditions we recommend are what are listed there. Meeting the EPA requirements with regards to above ground fuel tanks, and of course, any other requirements the fire department or building department may require. Any questions?
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Norm, are you familiar with what the EPA requirements are for above-ground fuel tanks?
No. That was a condition that came through engineering. I don't know if you are familiar. No?
Self-contained tank meets EPA requirements?
On their website, they state they only manage below-ground tanks. They have nothing to do with above-ground.
EPA?
EPA.
So why is that requirement there then?
We listed that at the recommendation of engineering. I think it was a concern that they thought should be stated.
I would ask the question then of legal. Are we at all, I guess, I'm concerned about that requirement and making sure that, that we're not allowing something that could be a detrimental, if it's not meeting EPA requirements, because EPA has no requirements for above-ground tanks.
Then we shouldn't have it in there.
We shouldn't
So
have
I
that
guess
in.
the question really is
Right.
for engineering, was that based on the knowledge that there was one, or was that just in concern of protecting? In concern of, okay, so it was just a safeguard, but if we don't know, I'd let legal speak to it, but I would recommend we remove that.
I think there must have been an assumption that there were some kind of
Some
EPA.
EPA requirements. And again, I'm back to the point where if there's no self-containment feature outside, curbing, that would contain at least 500 gallons of gas, if we're to leak out of it, then it's going to go someplace. And we're being assured that it basically leaks within itself, but there are outside features. That's my concern is EPA, normally what I've seen with EPA in oil tanks or others is that there's a containment feature outside of the perimeter of the tank itself to be able to contain any leakage or a spill, so that it doesn't, so it's contained in an area. So if that's what EPA would require, then I'm okay with that. If we're saying here that EPA doesn't require a containment area outside, and of course the fire chief has said that he's comfortable with what he's seen, I guess I'm blindly I'm following what you're saying, and I'm not totally assured that what I'm approving is safe.
Chief, you'll have to come up to speak from the mic. Thank you. It's for our online listeners and to have it of record. Thank you.
Councilman Haverfield, Mayor. What I would tell you is the plans are waiting for approval upon the approval of the variance. We had no return of concern. It meets all national fire code, and that would be containment within the tank.
Does the fire code list above ground tanks like this?
The fire code does have
Okay.
have.
So there's
Now,
specific
just
requirements.
doing some of my own research just now, Idaho does not have an EPA requirement for above ground tanks. So he is correct, and on their website they don't state, but they are designed to the National Fire Code for the tanks.
So that should be struck to read Idaho Fire Code or International Fire Code
Yes,
requirements.
and the plans that were submitted would meet those requirements.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right, thank you.
You bet.
Perfect. Okay, so with that, we've had our applicant and our staff report. This is a public hearing. We do not have anyone signed up to support or to oppose this. Is there anyone here this evening that had intended to speak? Seeing none, this would be an opportunity for our applicant, Miles, to come back and address any concerns or answer any questions.
Any other questions at all, or? The one concern I would like to address, Councilmember Haverfield, is if I understand right, it's not per se the leaking of the tank, but probably the filling device is probably what you're most concerned about.
Mhm.
You have a gas can, you start filling it up, you walk away, and all of a sudden you got 500 gallons of fuel out on your parking lot. Working with the architects and the engineers to get this thing designed, they have reassured us that the pumping device does have an auto shut-off, and you restrict it to, no more than 30 gallons, the device will automatically shut off. That way you're not, again, if somebody leaves something out or a handle gets duct tape shut, it's going to have that safety built into it where your spill is going to be minimized to something you can actually contain and take care of.
So vandalism, as an example, then, if someone were to go out and try to do something that would cause there to be a fire, how is,
It'll be on a
Can-
timed electrical system with also an override. So at 9 p.m. the system shuts off and you schedule it, so there's just no power, so you actually cannot physically pump any kind of material out of the tank.
so a sledgehammer to the device is not going to be able to allow there to be spillage? Okay. And then, again, if you're meeting the International Fire Code and the chief's good, I'm sold. I'm all right.
And you ask the tough questions.
I do. Sorry.
No, they're really good questions and they're good concerns. And like I said, I also appreciate, you go, hey, what kind of precedence does it set? A lot of the car dealers look to see what other guys are doing. Somebody's going to go, hey, they got a new sign, I want one. Want a new tank. That stuff's going to happen. But I do think we've picked out a great spot. It's going to be safe. It's going to be out of the way and it's going to look nice. And it's really going to help us out, especially minimizing that traffic. All those trips across the street, you can almost guarantee in the next couple of years there's going to be an accident just because you're looking at 12, 15,000 trips a year. It's just a numbers game. That intersection is, fairly dangerous. There's lots of accidents out there as it is. The issue with the tank is probably it's not a 0% chance, but it's a much smaller chance than the probability of.
And Mayor, I see the danger of the tanker filling, and these tankers fill gas stations and everywhere. So, to me, that's more of a danger is when they're actually filling.
So is the filling, the place where it's filled at the top of the tank?
I'm not sure of the exact design, but I'm sure it's, I'm
If someone drives off with the inn, what would happen?
It's got the auto shut off, where when you rip the hose out, it disconnects
off.
everything, just like the gas stations that we frequent for retail. You know, somebody drives off with the thing in it, you know, it shuts it off. It spills a little bit, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's not just free flowing fuel out onto the pad.
It's always shut off when I drive out. Every time.
Not
the
the
golf cart.
Terminator movies.
Yeah.
All
With the
right,
golf cart.
so are there any further questions for our applicant? And Miles, did you have the opportunity to share everything you wanted to in closing?
Unless there's any other questions, I'm good. Again, appreciate you guys staying late. So.
Thank you for waiting late. With that, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
What's the will of the council?
I'll make a motion to approve the variance of above-ground fuel tank size for Toyota
Recommended.
with
conditions.
with recommended approval
And the adjustments
And
as
adjustments, yes.
discussed tonight.
at 15933 North Idaho Center Boulevard.
Mayor Kling, I'll second it with the condition that not only the EPA be met, their requirements, but also the International Fire Code as discussed.
Thank you, sir.
So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Bruder,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
So Miles, you can go home now. Your family, I'm sure you have kids, so you tell your dad you did it. Oh, there you go. You know what? We appreciate Ed Mark's continued presence here.
Yes.
So thank you very much.
In fact, I'll be there tomorrow.
But
Get my
what's
cart
the
fixed.
next car, the new one they're building out there? What's going in? Subaru?
Right.
And their own, who's the owner of that one? Do you know? Just curious. Okay, so they're out of state. Okay. Okay.
I think you're right.
Okay. Yeah, there you
Right.
go. Thanks.
It's good, thank you. Our last public hearing this evening is an action item. This is the opportunity for utility companies to comment during, this is concerning the Greenhurst Road Sunnybrook to Brook, if I can talk, to Canyon project. So this is a formality. Daniel, go ahead and share with them the formality, but I really look forward to this project getting done. It's important.
So this is a grant project, and so as part of that, we have to get utility waivers from the utility companies that may be affected. Unfortunately, not all of the utility companies returned their waiver, so because they did not, we have to hold a hearing to allow them to voice any concerns that they may have with the project or any relocations that they may have to do. Don't expect that anyone's here to testify on it, but we do need to hold this just to give them the opportunity for that comment if they haven't.
Thank you. And then Daniel, is there a staff report? Are you on behalf of both?
Yep.
This is it. Okay. Perfect. Well, there is no one here to testify in opposition to or in support of this. Is there anyone here this evening that had intended to? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
And what is the will of council? Oh, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Somebody gets to make the motion that we approve. Actually, there's no motion.
Right.
There's nothing, even though it says action. Okay, so we're done.
We're
Is
done.
that correct?
So we've allowed the utilities companies as the request here states that we're allowing them that opportunity. So
Yes, and
we've
so
done
it's-
that.
So we've fulfilled that. Let's go back to new business. That concludes our public hearings for this evening. And we're at new business action item 5.5 out of 22, I think. So we have just a couple to go. So shall we get started? Do we need another break before we move through? Let's just do it.
Get it done.
Objective is 31 minutes. Let's go.
Well,
Let's get it
Darren,
done.
you have been sitting here all evening. So 5.5 on the agenda is to authorize the mayor and Parks and Recs director to sign a Parks uniform agreement with Cintas. This is already approved in the FY20 budget and approved by legal.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? It was Darrell and Victor.
Yes.
Excuse me,
Simultaneously.
Councilman Bruner and Rodriguez.
You're good.
Excuse me. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
This item 5.6 is an action item to authorize Fleet Services Division Superintendent to sign a 3-year lease.
So
On-
move.
And second
to- oh, There you go, Doug.
Aren't you
Are-
glad you stayed?
that.
Is there any discussion?
Mayor Kling, I did have a question, but I did speak with Doug about it prior, so we're good.
And any other further discussions? Roll call.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
I do want to say, Doug, your work in oversight of our fleet and the leases and the decision of what to do with the returning cars is excellent, and I really appreciate your work. Thank you.
Way to take care of these detectives.
Thank you. Item 5.7 on the agenda is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign an agreement for hookup of Jack's Place subdivision to the City of Nampa water and sewer system, an agreement to be annexed into the City of Nampa, and this has been approved by legal.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 5.8 is an action item. This is a resolution authorizing a public hearing to be held on February 18th, 2020 at 7 p.m. for the creation of a sidewalk LID 168.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Who was the second?
Second was
Bauer. Councilman Bauer.
Councilman Bauer.
Councilman Dr. Bauer.
Dr.
Dr.
Councilman
Bauer.
Bauer.
Did we do roll call?
Not yet. Rodriguez?
Roll call.
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 5.9 is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance annexing portions of the underlying irrigation districts into the municipal irrigation district for the city of Nampa, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules and the summary of publication, which is the next item in the same motion.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa Canyon County, Idaho, annexing a portion of the underlying irrigation districts into the municipal irrigation districts of the City of Nampa Canyon County, Idaho, and changing the boundaries thereof, and directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map accordingly.
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
I make the motion to pass the ordinance as read under suspension of rules and to also authorize a summary publication.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 5.11 is an action item, and this is to request authorization to proceed with a request for proposal for updating the water irrigation and wastewater collection system master plans that are approved in the FY20 budget.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion or questions for Tom? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Okay, we didn't skip one, right?
Nope, I don't believe so.
510?
Well,
Yeah, he.
that
he
was,
took care of it.
Combined.
that was
was
the
combined?
summary of publication
Yeah.
that we combined together.
Okay, thanks. Way to go.
Good catch, or good paid attention.
Well, just every once in a while it happens.
I thought I did it right.
You did it right.
Okay.
You did good. Okay, we're at 5.12 on the agenda, and this is an action item, and this is a resolution amending Section 1102 street lighting of the City of Nampa standard construction specifications and associated standard drawings. I know earlier there were some questions about this, so Tom, do you want to explain this just ever so briefly? As this relates to our standards for design construction when someone's coming in?
Yes, Mayor. So we have a standard construction specification document and standard drawings, and so this is, we'd like to update this for the new standards for LED lighting. And so that's really all this is to allow this, so developers that are coming in and to put in roads, roads at their cost, they know what to put in. And when we're bidding out contracts for something like, say, downtown or Northside, for example, has these lights, they would know what to put in for what we expect for construction. So that's all this is.
Mayor Kling.
Councilman Haverfield.
Yeah, just for clarification, these are just street lights. They're not subdivision lights. It's all, is it all street lights or is it designated zones like historic zones that these lights would be placed?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, these are all street lights. There are the historic lights as well as our standard ones within a normal subdivision.
They are within the subdivision as well?
Correct. The street lights within the subdivisions, not a yard light for the houses, but your actual street lights in the subdivision as well.
Okay, which I guess would not have to worry about shrouding as far as for light spillage into other areas, because these aren't shrouded.
Correct. These are the standard. There are what we have been using on the traffic signals. We've been using these ones. These are the residential version of them. And so if you have concerns over that, this is something that Streets has put together. We reviewed in engineering. I did not specifically look at it for shrouding. If you're concerned over that, we could wait and get back to you with that answer if needed.
Well, that would be my only concern, obviously, for adjoining neighbors, but these are not proprietary specs. It appears that it's just a performance spec is listed out here. There's not actual manufacturers listed.
Correct. We've gone away from the listing out specific ones because the technologies and pieces and parts have changed so often. That's why we've gone to the more performance spec.
Okay. So if a developer were to come in and replace just the light itself, would they have to replace the post as well?
Not necessarily, no. If though typically on a development, the developer would be putting in the new. If there are repairs or replacements, that is a city responsibility to do. And we would not typically change out the whole pole if we can just change the head.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so what's the will of the council? Are there any further questions? Or is there a motion?
I think that's an architect motion.
It's just driving up the cost of development. No, I'll make the motion to allow the amending of this resolution as presented to us this evening.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 513 is an action item to authorize the installation of a no parking zone along the north side of First Street North between 19th Avenue North and the east entrance of Creek Bridge Court.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Can we do this elsewhere too in the city if we want? No. I've got a place on 16th at 3rd. I'd be happy.
Yeah, they're cutting all those bushes out on the that old trailer park there behind the Karcher Mall. Have you seen that?
Are they?
All those big, they're gone.
Okay, any further discussion? Roll call.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Item 514 is an action item. It's to award the bid and authorize the mayor to sign a contract for pump maintenance FY20 project with Riverside. This is approved in the FY20 budget.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
So item 515 is an action item, and this is a resolution implementing the increase of 4.53% for 2020 irrigation rates effective March 1, 2020, and the direct pass-through of underlying irrigation district rates as recommended by the Board of Appraisers. This has been reviewed and approved by legal. Tom, would you like to, you might just walk us through, if you guys don't mind, the full process as it relates to each one of these, because we have, we have three.
Sure, Mayor. So, as Mayor noted, this has gone to the Board of Appraisers with a recommendation of the 4.53% rate increase for irrigation. The reason we're here today on this is because we have an Idaho code that we have to adopt. Cities have to adopt irrigation rate increases ahead of the irrigators, and they're going to be turning on water here, believe it or not, in another month or so, so we need to to come with any rate increases and bring that forward. We had several options which Jake helped put together to present to the board. Take no increase, adopt a 9% increase, a 25% increase, or there's two different versions of what we call a cost of materials and labor increase. You have your engineer news record increase, which was 1.28%, and then this PPI West, Producer Price West Index, that was a little higher at 4.53%. So I think Council Haverfield asked at one point about national versus regional materials and costs. So we looked up the PPI West, which is more of a regional number. If you look across the nation, the West is higher than like central U.S. on what it is for labor and materials. So that's why it's a little bit higher. We do see these increases in our construction bids when we're opening things up. We're seeing 10 to 20% increases every year in the past few years. And so this is a kind of a standard practice to try to keep up with those material and labor costs and keep up our irrigation system. So as a reminder, it's not just pressurized irrigation that we're paying for out of irrigation. We also pay half of the cost for the culverts that carry irrigation surface water underneath our roadways. So that's half shared with streets and half through the irrigation. And we just approved here in consent a culvert, Elijah Drain, which was partly funded through irrigation rates. And we're seeing a lot of those, at least one a year of those large culverts need replaced. So that's some of the reason we're asking for the increase. This increase it helps us if I remember Jake's graph, till about 2023, and keeps the glide slope, going down, but not going below our fund balance. Our fund balance, we have it set at about around $1 million, which is about the cost of a pump station if we had to replace one. That's why we didn't, the 9%, that was an option to try to not go down fund balance, but there actually is a utility impact fee study we'd like to do, which is another option for funding utilities. That's why we feel comfortable with just moving with the cost of labor and materials at this point, and then moving forward with that other study to try to come up with other funding sources. So that's how we came up with this, and the reason why we're here today, we're only talking about irrigation. We're not talking about water or sewer collections rates at this point. Yeah, any questions?
I will just say thank you for giving such an excellent report. And this applies to the next three items that we'll be voting on. We will vote on them separately because we'll have some discussion on the next item that's coming up. But I will say the Board of Appraisers is very concerned about the increased cost to our citizens. So we don't take it lightly. I sat on that, and Doug Racine sits there, and Tom, and a number of citizens. And so we take it very seriously, but it is the recommendation of the entire group to try to keep pace with the costs of the increase so that we don't get behind. And so it was, I think it was unanimous recommendation that came from the Board of Appraisers.
Mayor,
Yes.
the irrigation lines, they're as old as the city as well in some areas, aren't they? We've had that irrigation system for quite a long time.
In some places, yes.
Is it cast iron? I mean, are you looking at having to replace some of that line work?
Yeah, some, yes, and we do have some PVC pipes that didn't have the best workmanship. We see some failures there. We do have some older irrigation systems, and some of this also funds pump stations to pressurize the system, funds new wells, funds the cost for parts and materials. So it's a little bit of everything.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the additional monies that we're talking about that would be raised out of this increase, is it set aside, or is it, are you using it right away? Is there that much need out there?
Yeah, Council Haverfield, every year we program this amount and use it. We do have a fund balance, which you can see on page 1, 2, 3 in your packet. A large fund balance. We just keep, programming projects that we need over time to bring that fund balance down, but not go below the minimum. So your answer to your question is yes, we're using it, but we do have some fund balance at least until 2023.
Okay, and we'll be off council by then, so we'll be okay. It's Jacob's problem.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Tom, how much money do you anticipate receiving only with this, let's say, 4.53% increase? What's the amount that you are expected to receive?
Mayor and council, per individual, it's roughly about a $5.41 increase on average yearly. So we're looking at $5.
Okay. How much would it be at the end of the year? What's the total revenue?
Factoring in growth as well as our increase, our revenue goes up just shy of $1 million.
Okay, so, and how much of that is included in the impact fees that we just increased?
The impact fee has, that proposal, it has no revenue
No.
associated with this plan
Oh, okay,
as
that's
of
right,
now.
irrigation, right. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Mayor?
Yes.
Tom, so with the growth that we've been experiencing and the additional customers, is that not helping with the balance?
Mayor, Councilwoman Levi, it helps some, but the hookup fee isn't increasing at a rate that is covering all of everything that we need. That's why we like to study this impact fee that's coming up in one of these next items. So if just looking at the cost of what it takes to run any utility, so irrigation is what we're talking about today. You've got today we have 3 funding sources. We have a developer will come in and install the lines and the roads, whatever cost that is, they take care of that. And the next revenue source is rates, which is really to take care of, what it's designed to do is take care of maintenance of the existing system. So, if we have a low pressure problem or filters we need to put in, or we have a line that's old and needs replaced, that, and then your hookup fees, those also take care of like regional pump stations. So when we put in a developer puts in a pump station, it'll be for their development plus 3 more, right? And so that's what a regional pumps. So those hookup fees, they don't. The value of the system isn't gaining fast enough to be able to recoup all of that through a hookup fee. So that's why you could bring in a fourth revenue in, which is this utility impact fee. So we'd like to what we want to study at first to make sure that we do this correctly, because of the past court cases we've had with hookup fees, and Mark has talked to us about that in the past, that there's been court cases up north that have really set what the hookup fee is, and it's not flexible. So we want to make sure that we don't double count between a hookup fee and the utility fee. So what we believe will happen once we complete this study is you can bring in this fourth revenue stream, which is the impact fee. The cost is still the same, and you'll be able to reduce a rate, or maybe the hookup fee goes down slightly. So when you bring in this other source, some other thing can go down in that equation, which likely be a hookup fee or rate.
Follow-up, please. So in the last couple of years, as we've taken increases, the increased total fund that we bring in, is it being spent for emergencies, or is it being spent for maintenance?
It's both. So if we have a break and we need to fix something, we do have, if you recall in our budget, we do have a contingency item for line breaks. If we exceed that, then we'll delay a project. So some of that budget that we put in goes in that contingency for line breaks. Some of it goes in for planned maintenance that we know we have older lines in. Some of it goes towards pipes that we've talked about, like the Elijah drain, and they're old. We need to fix those. And then the other main thing we invest in is filters. The filters for the water quality that we've heard about, and then pump maintenance. Besides just lines, we have all our pumps, which was another item here just a couple back. We go through and revamp all the pumps and make sure they're in good condition, so they don't fail on us. So that's some of the money we spend it on.
So I believe in being proactive because I get tired of the fact that we're always behind the 8 ball and we're trying to play catch up, which to me, that's what we're doing in the situation again. But have we had to, with that, the fee increases that we've taken in the last couple of years, to fix these emergencies and to maintain the system, have we had to tap into fund balance to do that?
Sounds like Jake wants to say something.
Mayor and council, every year we're tapping into fund balance at this point. One, partly just to spend it down to where we don't have anything much more than minimum fund balance. But we have a long way to go with our asset management program and getting enough lines replaced every year that we're quite a ways from that goal. So we're spending fund balance to try to catch up.
Thank you. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is how do we find that balance between we need to be proactive the best that we can, having set aside for emergencies, but also realizing who is the source of that extra revenue, which is the already overburdened taxpayer. And so do we have enough set aside for emergencies with maybe having to do what others of us have to do with our budgets is, well, you know what, we can't afford to do that this year, maybe next year. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, Mayor and council, we do that actively now with that minimum fund balance. That is our emergency fund. With that said, the whole reason for this impact fee that we're proposing will be to help pay for the growth that's coming in that we're currently using rates to fund. We have over $1 million in our irrigation budget this fiscal year for new pumps because of development. That is something that this impact fee would help fund, therefore giving us less pressure on rates and to pay for more maintenance.
Thank you for your answers.
And Tom, did you have a comment?
Well, just a general comment. So irrigation funding is probably one of our largest concerns as far as sustainability. We've made a lot of progress with our wastewater plant and our plan there, but the irrigation rates, they were derived on an older master plan in 2014. And during that time, we looked at what we thought it'd cost to maintain all of the pipes. And we're finding more than we anticipated. The one thing that master plan did not have was it did not have a line item for culvert replacement, which is an additional cost that we've been absorbing in our irrigation. And so that, Mayor has talked several times, but we don't have a stormwater fund. We don't have, right? So either it comes out of streets or partially out of this. So that's an important thing that we need to maintain for the safety of the public, so we can have a culvert collapse and our car go into it. So what we've asked, we realize that it's always difficult to do a rate increase, and we were in reality, to get us closer to where we feel more comfortable, we were thinking it should be more like over 9%. But what we're asking for this, this materials and cost increase to kind of buy us some time while we study these other alternatives, like this impact fee that we're talking about.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor Kling.
I'm going to say one thing and then
Go ahead.
yes. So, Councilwoman Levi, as you said that we're always responding. It's like we're reacting to emergencies, and it was. I think we need to be careful when we say we're always doing that, because what I've watched since I've been mayor is that there is a very good proactive asset management plan. And I don't believe the city is always reacting to emergencies. In fact, on the contrary, what I've watched under Michael Fuson, now Tom Points, is that they have a very good asset management plan in place. I appreciate the fact that you're watching the fund balance, that you're measuring increase plus fund balance to bring it down. And so with the Board of Appraisers, the discussions around that table are very much around being stewards and recognize the impact when we have. With that said, this 4.53% increase, because of construction rates, the cost of steel, the cost of these storm drains, and where they are, if we don't do an increase, we'll be behind. And then we're going to have a big hit to our children. And so I just feel like they're doing a good job. I have to commend our staff in their asset management, and I don't feel like we have emergencies when we have a collapse and a broken pipe, that is an emergency. But I think they've got a very good plan in place as they look to to manage the assets they're responsible for.
And my comment was not meant with the fact that the gentlemen that are in Public Works are not being efficient, not being stewards. Back in 2016, when I first came on the council, my first meeting, January 6th, there were 3 very important items that we had to conquer. One was the irrigation, second was domestic water, and third were hookup. And it was vital that we dealt with those that night. Now, the hookup, it ended up being a year later before it actually got dealt with. But it was explained to us at that time that because it had not been maintained in the past, we were playing catch-up. And that's why we were going to have rate increases over the next several years to catch up maintaining a system that had not been done in the past, kind of like our impact fees. Again, I was after that when I first got on council, we need to look at impact fees. Well, in the process, all this growth has happened of impact fees that we missed. That was behind the 8 ball. So I appreciate what we're doing now, but again, we're catching up from what wasn't done in the past. So
Thank you for the
clarifies it.
It did, and I appreciate that clarification. Thank you so much. Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. Tom, I'm going to jump the gun just a little bit because I think it's important to determine how I'm going to vote on this. So it's a 4.53 for irrigation, but if you look at 516, it has a miscellaneous fee for domestic water and irrigation, another 4.53, or is it the same?
Mayor, Council Rodriguez. These miscellaneous fees are, they're not rates. They're like after-hours fees, tampered meter box, damaged meter. So, and just general fees that will respond for different items related to water. So the cost of materials that they use on those types of operational responses are similar cost increases, so that's why we said the 4.53% for that as well.
Okay.
But it is not a double dip.
Okay.
Your question is that it's a double dip,
That's
and then,
what it only applies to those people who need repairs or whatever, right?
That's correct.
Not for the whole
And-
community.
that is correct. And we're going to adjust that because we're going to pull some things off of that in the recommendation. Doug, this is where your utility rate fees, so we're going to have to adjust this recommendation.
Okay.
So, but it's not a double dip.
Okay, good.
It's a
Thank
good
you.
question.
Yeah, I looked down, I went, oh, no. And then, so the third one, I said, well, why don't you just increase the hookup fees then to take care of all this? So that was my third one. So go ahead.
That's a good question. So shall we address that question?
On the hookup fees?
Yeah, why don't we just put it all towards hookup fees to help offset?
So we're talking about item 517 a little now, it sounds like. So the hookup fees, as I was saying, the court case has set how a hookup fee is determined. It's basically the cost of the entire system divided by the people using it. And that's by court case. We did, and then so we said, well, we sure would like to have a way to increase the hookup fee, which is paid by development, right? And without having to do an entire cost of service analysis again to figure that out. And legal gave us the opinion, we're comfortable with, a market increase on materials. That's defendable, it makes sense. So that's why the hookup fee has that same increase on it.
Okay. I'll address that when we come to it.
Okay, so we kind of did an overview which applied to all three, but starting with item 515, which is the action item, which is the resolution implementing an increase of 4.53% for 2020 irrigation rates, effective March 20 and direct pass-through of underlying irrigation district rates. Is there a motion, or what is the will of the council?
I'll make the motion to adopt the resolution as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Tom, are you prepared to talk about the items that we need to adjust on this next one?
Yes. So we did prepare an revised Exhibit A. Did that make it to the council as an attachment? It did? Okay. Just checking with Debbie. Did they get a copy of that?
I do see I don't see revised Exhibit
Yeah,
A on it.
I didn't get it to them.
I'm not seeing it.
I don't think so. So,
Let me just verbalize what we're trying to do here. So, if you go to Exhibit A, like I mentioned, 15 or 516 is for miscellaneous fees. So this is after-hours fees, late fees, tampered meter box. So when Doug and I were talking, he mentioned that he has some knowledge of late fees being a little higher than some other of our neighboring communities in Nampa, and would like the opportunity to look at that a little more and bring that to the Board of Appraisers at a separate time. So what we were recommending for Exhibit A is to leave the past due fees at the $42 and not increase it to 44 until we have a chance to really look at that.
Would, excuse me, Mayor, would there be some discussion then, Doug, even foregoing past due fees? As
Well-
some other municipalities are doing?
We'll bring that all forward when we discuss the rate change, but
So this would not set it in stone, even keeping
No.
it at the,
that's just for the moment. In the next Board of Appraisers, we're going to bring forth a recommendation on lowering the late fees,
okay.
and we can discuss the entire process that
And
time.
that'll include a summary as far as what revenue we're bringing in for those late fees currently?
Yeah, we'll have that.
Okay. So a comprehensive study of that portion. Thank you.
so this change is limited to past due fees. We're not addressing the after-hour fee or the tampered meter box fee or any of that. Is that correct, Doug?
That's correct. Just late
Correct.
fee.
Okay, so only the late fee. I would ask that when we do the analysis, would you do the analysis with our neighboring cities on each of those items?
Yes.
I think it's important that we look at them, right? Our after-hours fee, in addition to just that.
Okay, I'll make the motion that the recommendation as stated, other than the past due fee, will remain the same.
I was thinking that.
Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
So then item 517 is strictly related to the irrigation water hookup fees. Are there any questions? And Tom, do you have anything you want to share on that, or?
I'm gonna accept the motion as stated, so there may be discussion if there's a second.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded. I think Councilman Rodriguez, did you have a question
I
regarding
do.
hookup fees?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I was just wondering why we're staying with 4.53 when this is where it can offset some of our other costs, where the developer pays these and we don't have to.
So maybe I can ask our city attorney to help summarize what I was saying earlier about the hookup fee and
Sure.
court case.
Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, there's a Supreme Court case that pretty much tells cities how they can calculate their hookup fee. And it's a formula that we've used and our consultants have used and have been familiar with. And it gives you a maximum hookup fee that you can charge. And it is based upon the capital value of the system, less unfunded depreciation divided by the users that can be supported by the system. In order to calculate that fee, you've got to go through a kind of an expensive process of analyzing the value of the system and its capacity and so forth. And so to really readjust or reevaluate that hookup fee from $1 is a time-consuming and expensive process, and cities shouldn't be doing that every year. But we do know that if we do it every 3 years or 5 years, that there are incremental increases in the cost of doing business. And so I was asked, can we make it part of that fee analysis to go ahead and add a related price index that just simply reflects inflation so that we're effectively charging the same amount of money for the service that's being provided. We're just accounting for inflation. We looked at that and determined that that was consistent with case law. So when it comes to the action item tonight, we would not recommend any price adjustment to the hookup fee over and above an applicable price index like the PPI West that the Board of Appraisers found appropriate. Certainly not obligated to increase the fee at all, but we wouldn't want to see it increase. From a legal standpoint, we would not advise you to increase it past what could be supported by some reasonably applicable price index. Does that answer your question?
But I have a question for that though too. Is it because on the Board of Appraisers had the opportunity to vote vote on a 9% increase, and they took a 453. So why can't we do a 9% here? Only makes sense to me.
Yeah, and the answer is,
I mean, why does the Supreme Court not make it applicable on one but not the other? That's my question.
sure, and the answer is there's different bodies of law that govern rates than govern hookup fees. So the hookup fee is different because you're charging a customer for connecting to an existing system, and you need to only charge the fair value of what that system is. Rates, on the other hand, can be adjusted up or down based upon what is your forecast for operating the system. So if for whatever reason you're going to have a year where there's significantly more cost to operate the system, then you can increase those rates to meet that that increased cost. So you have, I think the short answer to your question is you have a different measuring stick for how you would adjust rates than how you would adjust hookup fees.
Okay. Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Are there any further discussions? So we've had a motion and a second. If they're hearing no other discussion, roll call.
Rodriguez?
No.
Levi?
No.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Okay, so moving to 518, you get to stand here for a long time, Tom.
That's all right.
So 518 is an action item, and this is to authorize the mayor and public works director to sign a professional services term agreement and a task order scope of work with Financial Consultant Solutions Group for a utility impact fee study. The work has been reviewed and approved by legal, and it is approved in the FY20 budget, and it is what Tom was referencing a few minutes ago. Tom, do you have anything else to share with us on that, or council, do you have any questions, further questions?
I'm going to make the motion to authorize this, and then there can be a second in discussion.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Are there questions or discussion?
Mayor, at one time I was thinking that we had talked about doing this in-house. Does that jog your memory?
Councilwoman Levi, maybe not this one specifically. There's been other things that we've talked about doing in-house, which is the cost of service studies that Mark was mentioning that, we could do in-house with Jake. This one, being a little different, that will be one of the first in the state to look at this or implement it. I would like some professional help and backup to make sure we do it correctly. The city, I know we've also Nate told me earlier today, the city of Boise is moving along with the same idea with the same consultant, so that helps us with our our cause, but none of us have done this.
So is this an out-of-state firm?
I believe they are.
Yes, Mayor and Council, FCS is based out of Washington. They do have offices around the region, and they have done a number of projects for us in the past.
I'd say we've utilized them, yeah.
And we don't have anyone locally that is capable of doing something
No,
like
the
this?
only probably good firm that I know of that has been utilized by other municipalities in the area is based out of Colorado.
Thank you.
Okay, so what's the will of the council?
And we have a second
I'm
already.
sorry.
So
I
just a
guess
vote.
we did. Thank you for keeping me on. So I think we're ready for a vote unless there's further discussion. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bruder?
Yes.
I appreciate the help of council. Thank you.
No, it's after 10. It's understandable.
Okay, item 519 is an action item, and this is to authorize the mayor to sign a memorandum of understanding between Canyon County Highway jurisdictions for the proposed Canyon County $25 vehicle registration fee.
So move.
Second with a question.
Okay.
Has the 13 Canyon County highway jurisdictions signed on to this?
So, Mayor, Council Haverfield, appropriately, we wanted to be the first since we've led the charge. Jeff and I have met with every mayor in Canyon County and every highway district and their commissions and talked to them all about this. And the highway districts are on board with the percentage split that we've agreed upon, and there's 4 of them. Caldwell's on board. We've talked with them, and then all the other little cities they verbally said yes, we would like this, and we've talked to them, gave them a draft MOU. So verbally, we've talked it all over it. Process-wise, we'd like our council to be the first to sign it, and then we would take it out to the rest of the agencies and ask them to sign it. So we wanted purposely to be first because we did not want to get ahead of this council.
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. Tom, a few questions. Are there signatures required to get this on the ballot?
Yes. So, Councilwoman Levi, so there's 3 ways to get on. One is similar to the auditorium district where you have signatures of electors. The second, which we're going for and been working towards over the past 18 months, is every agency in Canyon County that has a streets department would sign off on this. And then that would make it eligible for the election, which the election is 50% plus 1. And then we talked with Canyon County, and they said that reading and talking with the state that this would be on a presidential election. So November 2020 is coming up. And the third method to get on the ballot, if all else failed, would be the 2 of the 3 county commissioners voted to put it on. So our one where we get the most majority is one we were targeting first because we believe that if we can tackle this regionally, we'll get a lot more momentum that way. And I just want to commend Jeff for a minute here that this has been a monumental effort to get this on the table of everybody and on the radar, and he's done a really good job of answering questions, and there's been naysayers, and he's been answering all our questions and gotten through it. And so I'm impressed on where he's at with this.
Follow up, please. Thank you. And this will be in, and I appreciate what you guys are doing, and I really appreciate and value the fact that it's going to be put out to a vote, as I believe it should be. So in light of this, and then reading the paper and Representative Syme coming before the legislature and wanting to do $100 for vehicle. So does one supersede the other, or are we talking 125, or how does all that play?
Yes, Councilwoman Levi, that's a great question. So what's being proposed at the state right now is a one-time fee on new licenses. So I think that you had asked me at one point, could we charge a fee for people coming out of state? So when we looked in that, it was, well, it's probably not constitutional to just target that one group, but the state has looked at it and come up with this idea of, well, it's, yes, for new licenses coming in the state, but also if there's a new vehicle bought by an existing person in the state, that would be this $100 fee.
Yeah.
So anytime that there's a new vehicle brought in or bought, it'd be $100 brought in. So that is separate, completely separate from this measure.
Right.
So this is a one-time thing that would happen when you buy a car. The $25 fee that we're proposing would be an annual, when you go register your car every year, it would be an additional $25 fee that would go right to Canyon County. And Canyon County would distribute it according to this memo that you have in front of you. We would distribute it just to Canyon County agencies. So that's about for over $4 million a year to Canyon County in transportation. And Nampa's portion would be about $1.2 million a year. Jeff was telling me that we do support what's happening at the legislature with the $100 because it means more money that could come to locals. And he said that that was about, if that was passed, that would be about an additional $250,000 a year to transportation.
And so follow up on that, then thinking about what Representative Syme is proposing and kind of the controversy around that is the definition of vehicles. And here we have that it says for all registered vehicles in Canyon County. So all means all. It's not taking out of the equation the trucks and the big trucks or anything, but it's every vehicle, registered vehicle.
So Council Levi, yeah, our intent was not to include rolling stock. It was just, so trailers, we weren't gonna put a fee on those. We were gonna ask for a fee on cars and light duty pickups. Jeff and I are gonna meet with ITD tomorrow and ask some more specifics about the registration fee for heavy trucks, so we can understand how they just, because we know that they collect some fee now, and it goes through their formula, and it goes back to a local. So we want to make sure that we understand what that is before we add any more fees to heavy trucks.
And my concern with that, just as it is with what Representative Syme has brought forth, but yet it kind of got excluded, was those big trucks, because there's a lot of wear and tear on the roads from those big trucks, and when they get excluded, that sticks us with having to pay for it.
So they are paying a fee. It goes into the state highway distribution account, and then it goes through all their formulas, and some of it does come back to local. So we're trying to understand exactly how much that is. That's a question for ITD tomorrow.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mayor, so Tom, if this goes into effect, just in reality, I'll be paying $422 every year. Yep.
Does that include Scott
for
Syme's
three-
piece?
for three vehicles.
You would add the 100.
Right.
The good news is that before this goes to vote, we're going to know the outcome of the legislative
I would-
initiative. And so that's good.
Yeah.
Because we'll know what happened if that passes or doesn't pass.
So let me clarify, if I could clarify,
vehicle's already
Councilor
bought.
Rodriguez, on that number. So if you own 3 cars today, and this $25 fee passes, you would pay $75 for those existing vehicles.
I already figured it out.
If you were planning to buy 3 new ones, then yes, that would be another.
No, I won't buy 3 new ones, but, no, but I
So
did,
existing vehicles are grandfathered.
Mayor?
If you already own the
To 100.
vehicles, no, you wouldn't pay the 100. Only
for the new vehicle,
Only
okay.
new
Yeah,
vehicles,
only new.
title transfer.
It'd be the 25, right, okay, I got you.
Yes.
So
Okay, Councilwoman Levi?
We're talking only about a new vehicle then? So the Symes thing. It
Yeah.
would not be, for instance, when my 23-year-old car dies and I go buy another 15-year-old car, that would not be considered a new car?
Jeff, do you know the answer to that?
No, but you said $25 every time you register your vehicle. That's-
If you'd let me know, I'd appreciate it.
So the $100 new car,
Well, it may
$25
be just a
remaining
new
vehicle.
title,
Right.
Right.
different, that you add a vehicle
Transfer it.
to your.
Your title transfer could be a new vehicle or a used new vehicle to you.
Okay.
So really, the action item tonight is to authorize us to sign this memorandum on behalf of NAMPA to take the lead for Canyon County, encouraging the $25 registration fee to help fund transportation in Canyon County, very specific.
We have a second, so it's.
Right.
You
And-
did.
And just for clarification, we're talking about roads that are taken care of by these 4 highway districts and ITD?
Mayor, Council, Haverfield. So ITD does not get any of this funding.
Okay.
This is for Canyon County local agencies, so it'd be the highway districts and the cities. And
One of the bullet points states Idaho Transportation and Canyon County to administer. So is Idaho Transportation ITD?
Idaho Transportation would provide the data to us, and they wouldn't, but they're not getting funding to build roads with out of this.
Okay, and the proportionate share of where these funds go based upon the whatever number of cities that are there is obviously Nampa at 100,000 people would generate more funds. Is it proportionate that we would receive more of that pool of money that's being created?
Yeah.
Didn't you state over $1 million?
Yeah, it's 1.1 million out of 4,
Okay.
So about 25%.
25%.
So, yeah, so I'm just wondering the incentive for the other smaller cities, is it going to be worth it to them? There aren't, large population base.
Yes, we can answer that. So it's been very interesting to meet all of our Canyon County cities, and they all have similar problems, but the scale is different. So they all have stormwater problems. They all have street issues. They have maintenance or snow plowing. So we knew that some of these smaller cities, if you do the equation on the population, they would only get maybe like
$50.
maybe $10,000. But, so that we put a minimum threshold. We did the data on what they had for all of their operations budgets and streets for all the cities, and figured out that, if we did a minimum amount of 40,000 per city, no matter what your population is, then that would help them out tremendously. And when we came to talk to Greenleaf, Wilder, Melba, and said, hey, what could you use $40,000? And they were ecstatic, because that would just be a huge amount of help to those little communities. And so they were very happy with that amount.
You don't see any issue getting their signatures on this effort?
Not at this point.
And it takes all 13 to be able to put it on the ballot?
That's right.
And is it just a simple majority?
Yeah, 50% plus 1.
Any further discussion?
I think I seconded the motion.
Yeah, Darrell reminded me. So we're ready for roll call. Let's do
Rodriguez?
roll call.
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bruder?
Yes.
I want to say thank you, Tom. Thank you, Jeff. You guys have done a great job. Really appreciate, this has been a lot of work, and I really appreciate your creativity in figuring out how to fund our streets. You guys are working hard and diligently, and I
Way to go.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Great job. Thanks.
So item 520 on the agenda is an action item, and this is to authorize the mayor to sign an asset purchase and transfer of title agreement with Idaho Power to purchase the primary power system at the Nampa wastewater treatment facility.
No.
I'm gonna, did you make the motion?
Okay.
You seconded
Because
it.
I was gonna say this is a no-brainer from a
Right.
fiscal standpoint down the line, so.
And obviously, we've been involved with the wastewater treatment advisory committee, so we know more about it, but we support it.
So you need to make the motion.
We're on the same, yeah, I made the motion.
Okay, second.
Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Bruder?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
So
So
Matt, do you want to
very-
say anything at all?
Matt has waited all evening for
You look
this.
awfully sharp, by the way. Tie's kind of stayed right in place.
And you didn't fall asleep? Oh. Okay, item 521 is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign the Idaho Transportation Department letter requesting recommended projects be constructed with in lieu dollars from Amazon to mitigate development traffic impacts. I'm sorry, it's not that late and my brain and my mouth just aren't working. so-
I'll make the motion to approve it.
No,
Second.
Way to go, Jacob.
Okay, discussion. Are there questions regarding this letter and the recommendation?
Thanks for doing it.
Yes.
Yes, I have a question, Mayor. How much weight does Napa have in the proposed projects?
I'm gonna have Jeff come up and help me out too with this response, so. That's Councilwoman Levi, I say a lot, because, this $4.7 million was actually asked for by ITD. They said, we'll accept your traffic study if you're allow 4.7 million, to go towards roads in this corridor. And so, you know, we've been talking to them about what would you like? What do you think would work well? And a lot of their fixes are, $50 million. And so they appreciate the fact that we come up with these ideas that could be funded and something that'll have a large impact on. So this intelligent transportation system, that's a $2 million project that'll help with the traffic flow at Garrity, or bringing in this system, be able to time the lights, and then so we came up with several alternatives that were very cost effective to them. And then I'm going to let Jeff talk about the $2 million for the 16 and 94. He's been talking to the state about that.
So we put the two primary projects on there. One was the intelligent transportation system. We recommend that. That's something we could do right away. And then there is turn lanes on Franklin between Amazon and Meridian, and that stretch of Franklin that would help move traffic through. And we didn't widen that lane, that road to 4 lanes, so that helps that 2-lane section not to be impeded at McDermott. But we also put in this letter kind of future proposals to use the remainder of money towards planning efforts, and one was for State Highway 16, and that we want to make sure that that is a priority in Canyon County, and that money, if it could be used, would be used towards incentivizing moving 16 forward. The project is actually $120 million, they're saying now, just from I-84 to Franklin, just those 2 interchanges there. So we've talked to them, and it keeps creeping up. So it's a small amount, but it's enough seed money potentially could help. So we left that in the memo. So there's also, we left in there Garrity and Winco block. We've talked to you about that before, improving accessibility around Winco, widening some of the lanes on Garrity, traffic signal timing, and things like that. So all that's in the letter. And so we really hope this moves forward. I think these are all great projects.
Who made the motion?
I think you did, and then.
Okay, good.
Victor did.
Councilman Bauer.
Victor?
No, Bowerman.
Okay,
Bauer
good.
did.
Bauer made the motion.
It's almost 10:30. I've lost track of my mind.
You night owl.
Yeah.
So
So
follow-up question, please. So is there, on these projects, is there enough money for these projects, especially the first 2 that you just named, or are we having to kick in additional funding?
They put 2.5, Counselor, 2.5 million we have for the ITS, for the Intelligent Transportation System. We had a concept done. The concept was right around 2 million to 2.5 million, so we're right in the ballpark for funding that just off the Amazon dollars. We can always pare back that project a little bit to fit within that budget, so we're good there. The McDermott turn lane are going to be 200,000 or 300,000, so we're just fine. That's not a huge project, just some lane widening there. So it's a rural section.
Terrific, thank you. Thank you for your work.
Okay, if there's no other discussion or questions, roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
And item 522 is to authorize the mayor and council to sign a letter to Canyon County legislators to support the advancement of Idaho Highway 16 if phased. And the first phase of construction needs to be at Highway 16 I-84. And I really appreciate the work on the letter. Thank you on both of these letters. I've encouraged our staff to move forward in this because we need to take a very proactive, aggressive approach and not sit passively. And if we want to get it done, we need our legislators behind it, and we need ITD to know that the city of Nampa, and actually, I can't remember right now if the council members' names are on the letter. Did we put them on? If not, we should. I'd like to have everybody's signature on there, so it's coming from us, isn't it? Not just me.
Yeah,
Yeah, so this letter is going to all the legislators in Canyon County. And then we will follow it up with our own letter. And I'll bring that to the next council meeting. I'll have to look at the schedule. I think it's the next council meeting that we will sign and send it to the ITD board, is what we had last discussed.
On this letter,
For the-
I'd like the council members to sign, actually, this specifically 522, this letter to our Canyon County legislators. I'd like to have all the council members actually sign that letter, because it's all of us encouraging our legislators to advocate on our behalf. And we'll probably send it to John Vanderwaty, and I'm trying to think who else, but he's absolute supporter of this, so we need to expand it. So anyway, so that's a recommendation. I think if you guys would all sign it, we'll get it ready for your signatures.
So do you want us to come in and sign it, or? Okay.
Probably.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So I just made the motion that we do that.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, it's been.
Jacob seconded it. He was really quiet.
Mayor?
Yes.
Again, thank you to the staff, but I also want to say thank you to the mayor. And you need to have notice on this as well, because I've heard your name very connected with being a very strong advocate to make sure that we get I-16 connected where it needs to be. So thank you for your work as well.
Thank
Yep.
you. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
This is our last new business item, so we're getting there. This is to authorize, it's an action item for the council to authorize the engineering division to proceed with the formal bidding process for Flamingo Avenue Waterline Replacement Project. It's funded with money reallocated from other projects.
So moved.
Second with question.
Okay.
So we've torn that up a couple times, right? Because of emergencies.
Mm-hmm.
So are we re-tearing up the same area, or are we just extending from where we've already torn up?
Councilor Bruner, so when we didn't tear up the whole, when it broke.
Right, I know, it's
we
just
fixed this
segment, right?
area
Right,
That was, 20 foot.
okay,
And then, so we have 2 or 3 20-foot patches.
okay,
And
so
those are
this
only-
is prevention
This is
extending beyond those
prevention,
two
yeah.
patches. I mean, I figured that was the case, but I just hate tearing up roads over and over again, so.
So we
okay.
did potholes on both ends of where we thought, this type of pipe would be, and isolated it and called it, this is a project where we're confident that this is the culprit.
Okay, very good, thanks.
Yep.
Are there any other questions, comments? Roll call.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
So we have 2 unfinished business items, and it's, the first one is the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to multifamily residential for townhomes at 622 North 44th Street for Mason and Associates, representing Sun Peak Development, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance determined that certain lands commonly known as 622 North 44th Street, comprising of approximately 2.02 acres more or less, lay contiguous to the city limits of the city of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the city of Nampa, Idaho as part of the RMH zone, declaring that said lands by proper legal description as described below be part of the city of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the city of Nampa, Idaho, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith, providing an effective date, and directing the clerk of the city of Nampa to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, state of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63215.
Make a motion to pass the ordinances read under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 7.2 is an action item, and this is the rescission of development agreement between Caribou Mountain Ventures and the city of Nampa, recorded on 12/30 of 2013. This is for Lava Falls subdivision at 0 and 2718 East Locust Lane. This is for 39 single-family dwellings, and this is for, all for Caribou Mountain Ventures.
Mayor, I
Right.
just want to say Deborah doing a great job without a voice.
We
Sorry,
feel-
we kept you so long.
And this is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance enacted by the Nampa City Council repealing, revoking, rescinding, and terminating the development agreement to which that certain real property commonly known as 2718 East Locust Lane, Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, comprising approximately 12.8 acres, more or less, is subject described in ordinance number 4084 and recorded December 30th, 2013, and instrument number 2013-057711, records of Canyon County, Idaho, directing the city planning director to alter the use and area map accordingly, providing an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
That was really good. I could not have done that well. You got it right, man. I messed it up.
You got the last one.
We're on 7-2, so I'll make a motion of the recession of the development agreement between Caribou Mountain Ventures and the city of Nampa.
Good job. Second?
Under suspension of rules.
Under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
No.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
This concludes our agenda for this evening, and I would stand for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.